to come into these races with a cool head and a level set mind and just go out and compete and do the best that you can and not let it affect you and get to you too much. So everybody.
What is up, everybody?
And you learn from it and grow from it. So excited about our chances today. Woke up feeling good. I got some family here, and so it's fun. It's good to be here in Atlanta and under the heat. Maybe a little bit of rain later, but either way, we'll be ready to win.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Level-headedness, Dave, is the key to racing here at this speedway.
Kim, Brad wondered about the Maylock sponsorship. Harrison Burton has a trucking company on his Ford, so how about powering your way through these guys to the front?
That sounds great. We've got Freightliner on board this weekend. We're really excited for that. Last time we were here, I thought we had a pretty decent Ford Mustang. Just gonna have to find a way to get through the field here and have to be really aggressive, I think, in this race to do that. So we'll see how it plays out. I think there's a lot of guys, including us, that are in a situation where we've got to go get a win to try and get in the postseason. So it's a good opportunity.
Don't call it the fucking postseason.
Sure we'll see a lot of fireworks because of it.
So stupid.
How do you balance that, Harrison? Because you know you can't.
Like, we don't need to try to be like sports.
Like, finish now, but a win would be awesome.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, at the end of the day, we've got to build momentum, and with the way we're running, a win would be great. But at the end of the day, we have to build momentum to run better, run up front, to where if we do get the postseason off a win, then it would actually mean something, right? So it's all about foundation blocks for us. We've been building in the right direction the last few weeks, especially Gateway and Nashville were two pretty decent races for us. So I feel like we can build off of those and get faster and just show that we've got the speed we need.
Harrison will be in the blue 21 today. Kim?
Austin Dillon starts from the 26th position because we didn't get qualifying in yesterday. So how will that affect your strategy, especially during the first stage?
Man, for us today, it's all about faith. We're going to go from the drop of the green flag, try and get our track position early, learn as much as I can in this first stage about what we need to do as far as the movements we make in the field.
So I'm alive a little early today because they moved up the start time of the race.
Control the race. So we're going to be really aggressive. I mean, we have nothing else to lose, and we're going to race every lap.
It moved up to 3:03 is when we go green, so just in a little less than a half hour here. So I moved up the start time of my stream also.
People back at the shop hungry to get this 3-team locked in the playoffs.
I usually have it to where I start streaming half an hour before the green flag.
So Bass Pro Shops on the hood, and hopefully we get Johnny Morris to victory lane today.
Marty, sounds like they had momentum on their side. The camera didn't catch it either, but I got a high five from his son Ace.
I was going to say maybe Ace can be the good luck charm for Austin today. I mean, Bo was for Tyler last week. Maybe
What's up, Austin? How you doing today?
Stay awake for victory. Partied out. Hey, KP, you want some proof that the playoff picture can flip completely upside down today? So this is the best average finish this year. Daytona, Atlanta, and Talladega. I mean, check that out. 6 of those drivers on that list have 0 wins this year.
Yeah, but look at Michael McDowell. Look at Corey LaJoie. Look at Eric Almirola. Look at these guys. They run consistently in the top 8 or 10, and that's all. You just got to get a look at a win, and you can get one.
I'm telling you,
You like the blue lights? Yeah, I have it for July, the month of July. And then I turn on this light to make it red, white, or red and blue. I can't really have a white. But
So do these drivers have the super speedway chops, meaning the talent, the car, and all that, to be able to win today? KP, we'll start with you and Christopher Bell.
Bye. Listen, I'm buying everybody down here, so I'm going to pay the sport. Listen, this is a crazy race. We talked about it. We started out talking about anything could happen. Christopher Bell has won at Daytona. He knows how to run.
That's cool. Thank you.
He knows what he needs to do. He knows what he needs to do on every racetrack we go to, so I'm buying.
Brad, how about Chris Buescher?
I'm going to tell you what, Chris Buescher is quietly having maybe the best year of his career, consistency-wise, on road courses, at the super speedways, at the short tracks. I like Chris Buescher's chances, absolutely. I would not be shocked to see that 17 in victory lane.
So there is rain in the forecast.
Kowalski could do the same thing, couldn't he?
Honestly, I thought I would also have that for Yankees versus Red Sox games. Oh yeah, the red and the blue. Let me check the radar. Let me see. Red Sox Yankees tonight. Depending on when the race ends, I might stay live for that.
Would not be out of the question for this guy.
Brad, it's hard to think that this could be one of the best opportunities for Kevin Harvick left this year, but it probably is.
You know, that's incredible to even say. This is a guy that used to own this racetrack. So, is there a buy opportunity for
No, now it's only saying that it's supposed to rain like after 9, so most of the rain happened to stay away. So I think we're gonna have a full race today. It says by like 5:40, there's gonna be rain like nearby. Like 5:30 to 5:40, it says that there's gonna be rain nearby the racetrack, but it's not actually supposed to hit the racetrack. So.
Wow, Harvick would be pretty good there. So, there you go. Ryan Blaney, the favorite this afternoon. Hard to disagree with that. You know?
So Sam, why are you 30 minutes early to the stream? So I always, well, my thing is I always go live 30 minutes before the green flag time. So usually, you know, the green flag time today was supposed to be, I think, 3:15. So I would have went live at 2:45, but they actually moved up the start time to 3:03. So I went live at like 2:30.
Brad, who do you have?
Well, I'm going to take Denny Hamlin, and I'll tell you why.
Oh,
yeah, it's a little bit of a surprise. I'm telling you, I am not sold on this thing being a mini Daytona type race. I think it's going to be a little bit of grip's going to have.
Will this race last 6 hours like Nashville? I doubt it.
To where it's a gritty type of race, and I like a Denny Hamlin when the car's a little loose and you got to go find some grip after you passed it. I think Denny Hamlin's a guy that can win.
I am all about this playoff picture turning upside down. I'm going to go Brad Keselowski. I mean, he's terrific at drafting, so I'm going to go with him.
Okay.
Kyle, who you got?
I'm going to go with a little bit of Georgia peach fuzz right here. A little bit of Georgia peaches. I'm going with my man.
Lightning can pause our race. That's true.
Chase Elliott. I forgot right. And the mustache is a nod.
I missed a damn good Xfinity race. Yeah. I don't even know what happened. All I know is that Austin Hill won.
I found it out this morning.
That's literally all I know.
By the way, are those O. Henry peaches, Kyle? Chase Elliott. Kyle says is going to be tasting those peaches in victory lane today. We'll see. On the other side, the booth guys.
Jeffrey dumped Sam Mayer yesterday? No, I did not see that.
Oh, hey. Buying a car from Vroom is so easy. All you need is a phone and a finger. Just go to vroom.com, scroll through thousands of cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Just straight up great cars. Right from your phone to your driveway. Go to vroom.com and pick your favorite. Oh yeah, she digs it. Buy your car on vroom.com. Vroom. Get in.
Aldi's 2 for $6 every day. Oh, it's got ranch on it. Oh, it's got ranch on it. 2 of those things for just $6. Arby's, we have the meat.
I thought it was kind of. My eyesight's terrible. I thought it was kind of anticlimactic at the end because no one can make a pass. Oh, in the Xfinity race. I saw that Austin Hill kind of like pulled away from the field though.
Okay, I need a crowbar.
Like there was the pack and then he kind of pulled away from them.
Limu, call a mechanic.
Makes contact with the right recorder panel. Liberty. That just sends the one around, so
feel cool.
it's a great
because the Temper
look
Breeze
here. Yeah,
transfers
one
heat
just up
away
the
from your
racetrack.
body, so you
Jeffrey
feel
just
cool
trying not to
night after
fence
night.
his car.
For a limited time, save $500 on all
racetrack, makes
Temper Breeze
contact.
mattresses.
A little damage at 26.
When you have auto glass
Damn.
damage, trust SafeLight. In one easy appointment, we can replace your windshield and recalibrate your advanced safety system. Great, thanks. Stay safe with SafeLight. Schedule now.
SafeLight repair, SafeLight replace. What's your favorite part of a Kit Kat bar? The chocolate?
Nope. The inside.
The wafers?
No, the stuff in between the wafers.
Oh, the in-between stuff.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
This is it. The don't miss, can't miss weekend of the year. It's NASCAR time at Pocono Raceway. And you gotta be there.
I will be there.
Summertime.
Why are they showing me commercials to get tickets for a race that I already have tickets to? Like, you don't need to advertise to me anymore. Like, I bought the tickets. You can stop advertising now.
Pocono Raceway. You gotta be there for this. Atlanta has
I wonder if we will get a big one this race. I feel very confident we will.
1950s, but so much has changed over the past 7 decades. Hi, I'm Rick Allen. There may be a lot of history with NASCAR in Atlanta, but what we are about to see today has surprised everyone. Pack racing on a mile-and-a-half track. A season of unpredictability continues. 13 different drivers have already won this year, including 5 first-time winners. That has a lot of veteran racers nervous about even making the playoffs this season. Let's bring in our drivers, Jeff Burton and Dale Jr. All right, guys, this track has given us more questions, it seems, than answers.
Yeah, we think we might see pack racing today, but we didn't see it yesterday in the Xfinity Series. So when you talk to the drivers, they don't really know what to expect when they go into this race, Jeff. And we also got to think about what they saw in the race here early this year. A lot of problems, especially with the lead car. Guys having a ton of tire issues and crashing out of the front.
Yeah, there were a ton of tire issues. Made some drivers and teams wonder if being in the front is really where you want to be because it puts a little more force on that car. But outside of tire problems, in order to win this race, you've got to be aggressive. You've got to push the issue. You heard Austin Dillon saying, hey, I'm going to do whatever I got to do. He's a guy to keep my eye on. But I got to tell you, his teammate, Tyler Reddick, they popped the top off the bottle last week. There's a ton of wins coming for that guy, and he'll be a factor today.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
You're ready for a boring race? I don't think today's going to be boring. My thing is, I just don't like this type of racing as much as I mean, I don't dislike it. I just don't like this type of racing as much as, like, you know, normal racing. Like, you know, where you kind of get spread out and you actually try to, like, build an advantage. Like, the pack racing can be fun and chaotic, and, like, I get it. It is fun. But it's not like it's not like real racing, you know, if that makes any sense.
Super Speedway, if you can believe it. Listen, what helps at Daytona and Talladega is years of practice. You know what the field is going to look like. You know where you can attack from, whether that's 10th, 20th, 30th, where you need to be and when you need to be there. No one knows this week. What I will tell you, what I learned in the spring, is this place is like Atlanta rush hour. Too wide and nowhere to go. So if I'm a crew chief on a pit box, I am calling this thing as aggressive as possible. Get my guy up front. Now it's up to him to hold that track position.
Choose rule.
I think they should have made
the
track after.
No penalty when we get ready for the start of the race. It's time for pre-race ceremony.
They should have made increase the length to 1.75 miles. That'd be hard to do.
At this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the Upson Lee High School Navy ROTC Color Guard presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome Director of Chaplain Services of Henry County, Georgia Sheriff's Office, Tamarlin T. Carter.
Eternal God, our Father, we come now to say thank you for our gathering together here in Henry County, Georgia. Lord, the place we like to call God's country. We ask your choice blessings be upon the drivers, the fans, the families, the crew, and our military personnel. And lastly, God, we thank you for the sacrifice of our law enforcement and first responders across these United States. Now, God, do for us what we cannot do for ourselves and unite us on these United States. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome country music entertainer, Georgia native, and Grand Ole Opry member, Mark Wills.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the
Woo! Dude, we have piss poor attendance today.
With 400 miles, 260 laps in front of us for the Cup Series here at Atlanta.
Dude, the attendance is terrible.
You might have heard of Carvana and that we sell cars online. What you probably didn't know is that we're in the business of making you happy. We believe buying a car should be something that gets you hyped up.
Oh, I saw this.
Stop when you want, where you want, wearing wherever you want. And that your new car ought to come with new format and zero surprises. So we promise that we'll treat you right. We'll put you in control. And all of us will stop at nothing.
Jesus fucking Christ. I didn't see that part.
They've got 2 races. There are 3 races this weekend. Let's go.
Driver clearly has had a big shake-up.
Cup cars, Xfinity cars, Indy cars are here in Indianapolis.
The first ever road course race for the Cup Series. Another chapter written into Indy history books. This is like a festival of motorsports.
Is the driver okay? That's what I always think when I see a crash like that one. But I have seen similar crashes because of those very curves and second chicane before.
This is going to cost 20,000 limits. Yes. Unless something else odd happens, it is going to cost 20,000 race because previously with the 50-second advantage, they could have served their drive-through penalty without losing the lead now to it will close up in the queue. But all eyes will be on the car from TF Sports and they will win tomorrow.
Thursdays at 9:30 USA.
The gravel back.
Silverstone last week and this one this week, I think they're going to have to really take it very seriously. Yeah, track limits.
Yeah, I don't even know why they have that stuff at tracks.
You really are.
I don't know if you've ever seen the, What's up, Jaden? How you doing? Abu Dhabi isn't showing the anthem.
Very bitter.
Why are you so angry?
Yeah, scared that his door was flying off. Those European tracks are sketchy.
Every week. 4 contestants.
The Spanish Grand Prix, Circuit de Barcelona, has these like insanely high curbs that are just fucked. Like, it's insane. Like, granted they are at like the slowest part of the track, but still, like, it's just ridiculous.
Premieres August 1st on USA.
Yeah, that was Monza that he raced, that he flipped at. I'm just saying the Spanish Grand Prix, the Circuit de Barcelona, just ridiculous curbs. Like, remember the ones we had at Indy last year? Like, that was ridiculous.
It's the NASCAR Cup Series from Atlanta. The Quaker State 400. Will we see records broken again, like in the string?
Have you gotten this glitch where you're on a stream and the scroll bar goes away on mobile? Like the scroll bar meaning like scrolling through your recommendations, or a scroll bar as in like scrolling through the chat? But no, I don't. Do you think NASCAR on one of those tracks next year has a car flip? Oh, you mean like when they go to Le Mans? Maybe.
Well, Martin Truex Jr. is looking to check a lot of boxes here today. He's still looking for his first win in the 2022 season, but despite having 12 career wins at mile-and-a-half tracks, he is winless at Atlanta and has 0 wins when it comes to super speedway style tracks. His crew chief James Small told me that this style of racing has plagued them, and today, Marty, it is going to be a tall task for this number 19. team.
Kim Kyle Larson told me a moment ago, he said, normally on these super speedway type races, I'm not very...
Oh, the scroll bar for stream to rewatch parts of it? No, I haven't noticed that, but...
Cliff Daniel said earlier this week, our biggest goal is just to build some consistency.
I mean, I believe it. YouTube is pretty glitchy sometimes.
A nice third place finish. They would love to get another top 5. On a day when nobody knows what to expect, let's get the engine cranked and all find out together.
And now, race fans, here to say the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the Senior Marketing Manager of Walmart for the Atlanta market, James Hartson.
NASCAR, drivers, start your engine!
Woo!
When you're ready.
The unknown, the unpredictability, all in front of these drivers and teams. What will a race like today? We're all going to find out.
So, it's Friday night then.
I'm pissed to it due to it being a holiday in Arabic culture, and Arabs want to show their people instead of live sports.
Okay, yeah, sure, rewind it. How about this? Beg your pardon, but bundling your home and car insurance could
Just get Peacock. Well, no, even if you get Peacock, you won't be able to watch every race. Because they don't show every race on Peacock.
Yeah, I know, right?
See how much you could save by bundling with Geico.
You take a sip of the slush, boom, that's sour. Then you take a bite of the ice cream, boom, that's sweet. Sonic once again has done the 2-in-1. Sonic Sour Patch Kids Slush Float. They understand people.
Imagine having the elite performance of Goodyear now on your Skechers.
Do they ever show NASCAR on like your TV, like cable TV in fucking Morocco?
With Goodyear and Skechers.
Choosing T-Mobile is like paying for this, but getting that.
Do you want me to pee from cock? What the fuck?
More 5G
Oh.
more places, more savings, so your family saves 20% versus the other guys.
Peacock isn't
Raise
worldwide.
the price of your rate plan with our price lock guarantee. Get more with T-Mobile. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff.
Well, they're letting fans design cars again.
Aliens. I know they're out there. So with Toyota's help, I designed a car to welcome them with open arms.
Cool car. I was abducted once.
Oh, you're back. Will they make contact?
I'll check Abu Dhabi to see if it's on there.
To believe.
What will you design? Enter for a chance to win at sponsorfire.com.
Thank you.
NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Credit One Bank, a credit card company, Coca-Cola, and by Toyota. Let's go places.
We are certainly looking for a great show today here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. You're going to be on your feet a whole lot more than you're in your seat today.
It was mini Daytona.
Now track on the front stretch. Half a dozen cars sliding through the infield brush.
Tense, fast, high-paced, like a more old-school super speedway race. Just a fast-paced Talladega, but rougher.
Just how quick you got to process things and make decisions. It was one of the hardest races I think I've ever had to run in my career. I summed it up as we now have 6 super speedway races on the schedule. Exciting race, I thought. I mean, I had a lot of friends and folks around home that went down there and said it was the greatest thing ever.
I'm not. Oh, I am able to watch Abu Dhabi 3, but that's the only one I'm able to watch. And it's just showing soccer. See, the thing is, I go on the Abu Dhabi app, and it's just all in a different language. I try to click play, and they'll give me like an error notification, but I don't even know what the notification says because I don't speak that fucking language. So.
Winners this year: Ross Chastain, Tyler Reddick, Austin Cindric, and Daniel Suarez.
Chris Buescher and Mike McDowell make up row 6. McDowell having a career year, more top 10s than ever. Hope to continue that excitement.
A little deeper in the field, you have Eric Almirola saying that this is his final year, but there's a little discussion about it. Might be not his final year.
Yeah, we were
speedways right here, 16, 17, 18. Opportunity for everyone. It's the great equalizer here. The chaos is nerve-wracking for some, opportunity for others.
Anytime you come to Georgia and Atlanta Motor Speedway, one of the first things you think about is the Elliott family. And Rutledge Wood and his city view are in Dawsonville, hometown of the Elliott family.
That's right, Rick, and we might not have NASCAR or Atlanta Motor Speedway without Dawsonville and historic Highway 9, because Raymond Parks and a lot of other drivers back in the 30s were running moonshine down Highway 9, and you could see the history, because that's really what led to racing these stock cars once they were done running. And now, here at Bill Elliott's Moonshine Distillery here in Dawsonville, you can come up, you can taste the history on your lips, with so much to see in this town that obviously
You're not able to
Rosie's
access it
Elliott
outside
has
of the local
such
market.
a rich history of racing, guys.
Thanks, Rod. Yeah, Raymond Parks, one of the first owners, Hall of Famer. Raymond Parks, as we take a look at this newly reconfigured racetrack, Steve, kind of remind us what is happening with Atlanta and the track.
Well, there's a lot of history at Atlanta Motor Speedway. We saw Champions Crown forever, but it's a new speedway for sure. The banking increase seems like 4 degrees shouldn't be a lot, but it is dramatic when you looked at it, and it had to be narrowed to do that. So the corner's now 40 feet wide instead of 55 feet wide. That makes it like a speedway, so the double yellow line rule is in effect. You have to stay on the racetrack. If you go below,
I have William Byron winning today. He starts 13th.
It's like down the highway. Don't cross the solid
Kyle
line,
Busch
Rick.
starting
And for that
19th
reason,
today.
we'll reduce
Ross
horsepower.
starts
5
in
cans,
2nd.
spoiler, 7 inches tall. It's normally only 4, so it's gigantic, guys. It's basically a plate track.
Yeah, this track's a lot bumpier than I thought it would be, too. You know, it's a repave, but it's got some character, as we would call it, Jeff. And I know you've been out there at about 170 miles an hour in the Toyota race car.
Yeah, track had some bumps, and listen, yesterday's race got me a little nervous. You heard all those drivers talking about Daytona, Talladega. The Xfinity race didn't look like that. It looked like cars sliding and slipping. If these guys didn't pay attention,
I thought the truck race yesterday was really pretty good.
No one really knows what to expect.
All right, guys, before we get the green flag, let's get a few more updates from pit road Dave.
What? Chicken butt?
2022 have him safely into the playoffs, but what about the Atlanta Motor Speedway? Well, his last win, his only win here, was nearly 10 years ago, and of course, as we've talked about, the track has been highly reconfigured. They've got to work out what they had earlier this year, did not finish the race well, but hope they can have that speed.
Bobby won it for Turi. He did it for Turi! Do it for Turi!
Tracks and unique tracks, winning last year on Bristol Dirt and this year at the Coliseum and at Gateway. Crew Chief Paul Wolf told me earlier he attributes that to his teams and his drivers' adaptability. They finished 9th here earlier this season, and Marty, he said they have no reason to believe that they can't win here today.
As the teams check pit road speed here, Ross Chastain, a moment ago I just chatted with him, and if there's a day
Won the SRX race? That's awesome.
This is it. Hot,
I love
slick
Bobby.
racetrack where you have to be aggressive and stay up front in the draft. I asked Ross, I said, are you a little bit worried about the fact you guys had no practice laps and no qualifying laps to know what the car's going to be like? He said, honestly, I haven't sat in a car this year I didn't feel like could win a race, so I feel very comfortable with where we are. Ran very well in the spring.
Abu Dhabi, I will go to Dubai and slap your channel crew if you don't go to NASCAR. You better. You better go slap them.
One of the first-time winners. Steve, this car, though, has made a lot of difference this year in the way they race each racetrack.
You know, we talked a lot about the changes to the racetrack, but we also want to talk about the changes to the car. But to do that, we have to go to our Toyota virtual car and talk about aerodynamics and how the next-gen car itself operates each and every week. So if you take a look at the front, you see this front splitter.
How far away are you from Dubai anyway?
It's not flat like in years past. That's because they want the air to go under the car. Look how smooth the underneath of the car is. You want air underneath it because you need the air to go back here. The magic, the mix, the diffuser. The air has to go across this diffuser and stay very organized. So as we go to the back of the car, we're going to turn the air on here. Look how straight and clean it comes out through those vertical straights of the diffuser. That's how downforce is made. So if we step out and we look, this is what the car looks like every week. A little bit of air underneath, you see the air under top. And here in Atlanta, to help that speedway package, we are going to go from a little 4-inch spoiler to a big 7-inch spoiler. Dale Jr. takes that air over the top of the car. It makes a much bigger wake that has to help you draft, but you lose a little bit of downforce in following too closely.
That's right. So watch some of these guys maybe peek the right side or the left side of the car out when they're following another car to get a little bit of that downforce back, a little bit of that grip back. When they go through the corners, it's hot and slick today, they won't be able to follow right on their bumper comfortably. So try to peek out a little bit, get a little downforce, that'll help.
the best driving car will be able to. That's what you want. You want to be able to.
Oh my God, Wenval. Dude, chill, chill out with that. I'm not gonna put you in timeout, but I am gonna delete that comment just so, Jesus. Just so like no one comes in and like reports my stream.
The setting for that rear view mirror camera was off. It was mirroring what was being seen. So cars on the left were being seen on the right. Absolutely something you do not want when you're super speedway style racing. So they got that mirror camera fixed, and he should be good to go for the race.
And some drivers, this is their biggest fear with using the digital mirror. Some of the guys still haven't got the confidence to even go to it yet, Jeff. They've got the old style mirror in the car, and this is exactly
People say the Hamlin car is ass. I think it looks cool.
digital mirror is not working at all. Yep.
And it sounds like, based on what I'm hearing on the radio, that it flipped back again. So that setting does not want to stay put with what he needs to use that.
So Eric Jones already has issues.
A rear view mirror, the actual mirror, as a backup. But we've heard from drivers that there's
Race hasn't even started yet.
cars and actually using the mirror. And Eric is one of those drivers that's relied on that camera. So it just flip flops back and forth from the setting he needs to run this race.
So if you look at the traditional area up top, you can see he has that mirror. That's why it's in there in case the one on the bottom failed. So he still has that rear view mirror that he normally would have. But the problem is you do not have the visibility out of this car with that traditional mirror that you do with the digital.
All right, here we go.
Green, it is.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing from Atlanta.
We're racing in Georgia.
What is up, Sammy? What's up, Wheel Marshall? How you doing today? Hello and good afternoon. What's up, Matt?
And early on, the lower line surging ahead. Kyle Larson just behind the one of Ross Chastain. Chastain now, will he start blocking early, even on lap 1?
Getting a lot of information from the spotter. Oh, the 5 car has to lift hard out of the gas. Really out of shape right there.
Ooh, Larson!
Everybody checking up here behind him.
Jesus Christ.
Great job to keep him wrecking him. You did not see that in the spring race. When they dropped the green flag in the spring race, everybody ran wide open, no problem.
This is actually the first race where we're seeing the second race of the next gen car at this track. If that makes any sense what I just said right there. This is the first second race of a track this season.
Still see he does not have the confidence to go to the throttle, and Cindric is stuck behind him in that 2 car, Marty.
Kyle Larson just came on the radio when he got.
Someone commented this on my TikTok from like 3 hours ago.
I was shocked when I walked to the garage here this morning, and all the crew chiefs saying, not worried about handling. I think they are now.
Well, for sure. I heard the same thing. Half said no issues, half said they were concerned, and I don't really believe either side of it, Rick, to be quite honest. I don't think they want to show their hand. And even some mentioned, you know, thunder showers in the area, if we get a delay and the lights go down, they're trying to kind of predict everything. We talked about it. The unknown. What do we know as race car drivers and crew chiefs? Past history, we have very little here on this racetrack.
Ross Chastain's back in front. Chase Elliott had led up front for 1 lap.
You see Tyler Reddick moving around, trying to get clean air, trying to create a run. Off the nose of the 9 car. Big push from the 9 to the 12 down the back straightaway to the outside of Reddick. Let's listen to the 1 car audio.
I just don't want them to rain shorten this race. Like, I hope, like, there is a chance of rain later in the race, but I think it would be after halfway, so I just don't want them to shorten the race.
Careful to block every move.
Like, I want them to try to get this into 100%.
Tyler Reddick drops back to 3rd, fighting for that 3rd spot with Ryan Blaney.
Look at Denny Hamlin, that red and white
You've
Coca-Cola car this week.
lost the ability to skip back and forth in the stream. Oh, now it's invisible, so that makes sense.
They teamed up on him. Check it out with the coat cam.
YouTube is
Look at him on the
dumb.
bottom. Never had having to lift. You can hear he's wide open the throttle, making space in front of him. But now on the outside, they team up, and now they're going back by him.
Chase Briscoe in the 14, trying to make a pass on that high side.
Yeah, so what I'm seeing is around 5:40. There's a rain nearby Atlanta Motor Speedway, but it doesn't actually say that it's supposed to hit Atlanta Motor Speedway. But that rain is heavy rain, so we could see a lightning strike, and then we could have that be an issue.
Look at him lose the car, though.
Here comes the 8 of Reddick on the inside.
My worst day for
Reddick
sports.
tries to use that momentum as well. Second is on. Reddick's got it.
Either last year when the Red Sox lost the ALCS, when the Suns lost the finals, that was pretty bad. The 2018 NASCAR finale, that pissed me off.
Ross Chastain side drafts down the back straightaway, side by side for 3 rows.
Chastain already worried about the dirty air if he has a car in front of him, not wanting to relinquish the lead. Reddick, though, the preferred line down on the bottom, it had a little bit of momentum, now losing a little bit of that.
What a race up front. Early in this race, man, these guys are going after it. So fun to watch.
Still side by side, down the backstretch. Chastain in the 1. Red, white, and blue. Paint scheme for Chastain this week.
Your worst day was when your childhood club rebranded. That would suck. That would truly suck. If the Red Sox went to like fucking, I don't know. Like if the Red Sox moved away from Boston, I would fucking kill myself.
Sold side drafts here and there. Oh, 14 has to lift again. They're 3 wide.
Briscoe.
40-foot corner, 3 wide.
I'm impressed by what D's able to do. Run right up behind these guys. He's not lifting like you mentioned around the corner on the bottom. Let's listen to the 9 audio.
I'm sideways.
I'm sideways.
Absolutely sideways. Here in the back. Feels like it's propped up on the right rear. Can't hurt the steering wheel.
I am surprised to hear these drivers talk about the balance so out of the track. But yeah, what we're watching on the screen doesn't look like it.
Inside that race car, obviously they had the hands full. Here you go, Denny Hamlin again, trying to get a run on the bottom. His car's driving so well, but everybody likes that outside on the straight. It's hard for him to clear these guys. Denny clearly has a good driving car. Look at his throttle. Able to stay in the gas, but here they come on the outside again. There's just so much momentum, a draft. Hamlin has yet to lift. 1 and 2. It's a great side. Now he's got a little hole we can pop into. The side's not 2.
I think things are calling down a little bit.
Did you see Chris Hill for the Woo Sox? He destroyed shit. Yeah, I saw that and I thought it was pretty funny.
So, and the handling of the car getting a little bit worse. Allowing these guys to get
And I understand his frustration and people saying that he's a crybaby little bitch. Those people are crybabies. I will defend Chris Sale till I fucking die. And even after that.
Putting it 3 wide right in the middle between Hamlin and Chase Elliott. But out front, it's Ross Chastain.
North Carolina FC rebranding from Railhawks because Railhawks was unique. I've never even heard Railhawks. That's a cool name.
We only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive. We're fine with that.
Sorry, Mom. It's amazing what you can build on AWS. Imagine creating cool stuff that can make ordering tacos a breeze and let you watch every shot from every player anywhere you want. Learn about investing in the coolest companies and watch your favorite team from the other side of the world. Just imagine what they can do when I'm in charge.
Hitting the road, not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile covers more highway miles with 5G than Verizon. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too, by asking your healthcare provider if an oral treatment is right for you. Oral treatments can be taken at home and must be taken within 5 days from when symptoms first appear. If you have symptoms of COVID-19, even if they're mild, don't wait. Get tested quickly. If you test positive and are at high risk for severe disease, act fast. ask if an oral treatment is right for you. COVID-19 moves fast, and now you can too.
Your age, your name, your trophies. None of that matters this season. Just what beats under your hood. I am Nascar.
Grab an ice cold Coke and buckle up. You're watching NASCAR on USA.
That 11 scheme is sweet. What's up, AMH? How you doing today? People say it's ass. I don't even understand why people say it's ass. I think that scheme is beautiful. It's probably just because people don't like Denny.
For that second spot with Ryan Blaney.
So when I watch these two cars right here, Rick, we were talking during break, it's really the question of how fast do you want to be or how good do you want to drive. There's no question in my mind the 11 is the best driving car on the racetrack at the moment. I say that because Chastain hasn't gotten dirty air. Now, if he goes back there, maybe his is good or bad, we don't know. He's been the leader. The leader's going to drive great. A lot of air in his car. But Danny Hamlin can run right on the bottom and keep wide open. That's put him in a good position. But Junior, the question now is if he gets the lead with all that drag, can he keep it? Yeah, I think he's got an amazing race car. As long as
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously better ways to handle the frustration, but I also, like, I get it. Like, when baseball means everything to you, you know.
Driver out there. Look at the hands. Not moving the steering wheel at all.
It's a Sunday drive for Denny Hamlin.
There's only a few cars, I bet, that are that comfortable right now, as we've heard over the radio. Many drivers complaining about being super, super loose. I can't do it, Rick, but it looks like I could.
Dave.
So I asked Chris Gabehart, the crew chief on that red and white Toyota for Denny Hamlin this morning. I said, so did you change much for the March race? He goes, well, you know, I can't tell you exactly what we did, but we gave him the best driving, fastest race car that we could. Well, I have to say that worked very well as Hamlin has gone from 16th to 2nd, Kim.
Well, Dave, I asked crew chief Greg Ice.
What do you think about his anger moment? Well, I think I have a few opinions. First of all, it's funny. I mean, it was really pretty funny. Second of all, like, I understand where he's coming from. Like, I understand that anger. Like, people were just, like, giving him so much shit for doing that. It's like, dude, I understand why he's that angry. Like, when baseball, when you live and breathe baseball like he does, when baseball's the only thing that matters to you, and then to fuck up at it, like, after being so good for so long, and then having all these injuries just to, like, finally be coming back, and then to fucking blow it in the minors, like, I understand where he's coming from. I understand his frustration, and honestly, I'd destroy shit too. I would destroy the entire clubhouse too, but, I mean, yeah, there's better ways to handle it, but, I mean, you can't fault him for having that anger, you know? He cares about baseball. He loves the game. I'd rather see that emotion, you know, than not see it. Like, there's this guy, Ryan Brazier, who plays for the Red Sox, and whenever he gives up, like, a home run or a grand slam, he just kind of looks at it like, yeah, whatever, whatever. And that always pisses me off. It's like, I want you to show emotion. It shows that you care. It shows that you want to do better. You know?
Dillon's coming and can't come fast enough for Kyle Larson and Austin Cindric, who's 36th on the field. Big run from the 12. He goes to the outside here from Helfrich's.
About to get the competition caution.
Well, they're going to hang out the 11 of Denny Hamlin. Doesn't have anybody pushing from behind. Ross Chastain's coming. But can it be the 12 of Ryan Blaney who leads here in Atlanta?
Ross hops in that outside line. It's going for it down into turn 3. Everybody's on the train. Reddick.
Baseball's a man's sport, not a kid's game. Exactly. Everyone says baseball's a kid's game. No, it's not.
Like that. Ross had a run. He took it. See if it works out for him. He's going to get some help from this 11 car right here down into turn 1.
You know, the competition caution NASCAR has told the drivers and teams around lap 25. We're on lap 25 now.
No caution yet, but we're about to get the competition caution any second now.
Chase with a run. Man, these guys might be having some fun out here, Jeff. Yeah, I got a big run. Oh, the one. Oh, out of trouble. Go! Contact. Well, you
Jesus Christ, man.
Ross Chastain and he's slack after the year they've had together and the run-ins at St. Louis. Goodness.
Look at that. Look what it's done to Ross. Now he's 3 wide. He talked about did not want to be in traffic. Well, that's the worst case.
And there's the caution. You have one chance, and if you screw it up, then you could be sold or demoted to the minors. Yeah, I know. It's like don't like his career is in fucking jeopardy because of this.
It's up the racetrack. You said it, Steve. He's not.
And especially from Chris Sale's point of view, 2019, in August 2019, gets injured and gets taken out, fucking injured, done for the season. And then 2020 gets Tommy John surgery, comes back in August 2021. He did actually pretty good when he came back, you know, for a little bit, for like till the end of the season. He actually did do pretty good. But then, you know, being out for the first part of 2022, and you know, really working hard to get back to where you once were, and then to not have that and to blow it in a minor league game, like, I definitely understand his frustration, and I would definitely be just as, if not more, frustrated. Like, Chris Sale is one of those people who like they don't really he doesn't really care about anything else. Like, he doesn't care about, like, you know, fucking golf. He doesn't care about, like, social media. He doesn't have other things that he's interested in. Really, like, the only thing he even cares about is baseball. And, you know, being the best player that he can be.
That's going to be a very, very busy pit road. And I don't expect everybody to take 4 tires. People are going to be leaving and coming at very odd times. Going to have to be great communication from the crew chief to the driver to not have an accident. And now my eyes are going to be peeled for the 5 of Kyle Larson, who's in 23rd, and Austin Cindric in 36th. What are wrong with
those clouds look a little
How
scary.
many adjustments can they possibly be making?
Base camp.
There you go. Some teams decide.
Guys will stay out. Yep.
Yeah.
Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, the first onto pit road. Nick.
And Tyler Reddick called his Chevrolet close, but a little bit edgy in the back of the race car. So you can see he'll come to pit road here, get at least 2 Goodyear tires, and fill it full of Sunoco fuel, Marty.
Very interesting conversation between Alan Gustafson and Chase Elliott. He said he felt actually his car got better as the tips came up on their tires. See 2 tires on the right side there for Ross Chastain, and a quick stop for those guys. Of those who pitted, by the way, Tyler Reddick comes off pit road first, and yes, Kyle Larson desperately wanted a pit stop. See a car backing up there to tighten the lug nut as well, a wheel nut. And so the 5 here going to check underneath the car. Kyle Larson saying his car was extremely loose there and fell back. We'll
Kyle Larson has a hood up.
Larson situation as well.
We saw it at the very start of the race when Kyle Larson was fighting to stay.
What level of baseball does the Blue Sox play? AAA. So it's the Boston Red Sox and the Worcester, the Worcester Blue Sox, and then it's the Portland Sea Dogs, and then I think it's the fucking Salem Red Sox, and then it's just all the other Class A's.
Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
For tires, I only trust Goodyear. So I wear Skechers with Goodyear rubber for incredible traction, durability, and stability. If Goodyear rubber can handle what this beast throws at it, just imagine how well it'll perform in your feet. Try Skechers with Goodyear.
Pain used to keep me from what I love most. Not anymore. Blue Emu gave me my horsepower back. It's the powerful relief my joints need.
Yeah, Larson had the hood up on the car. Honestly, I think he'll be fine. It's pretty early in the race. I feel like I don't think he's going to go down a lap. So he should be fine. As long as this problem isn't like a terrible issue.
Okay, so why use Toyota service centers?
Well, you wouldn't use just any carpenter, would you?
Stand by Skechers with Goodyear in it. I think I heard about that they actually have those now.
No.
Right.
Toyota service centers. Keep your Toyota a Toyota. Toyota. Let's go places.
You need a bulldozer, backhoe, boom lift, anything to lift, push, pull, or dig on that job site of yours? Come see old Clarky. You want a warranty? I'll get you a warranty on almost any machine, new or used, we sell. I want your machine to help you get the job done right, so you can get home at night safe to see your family.
Thanks, Clarky.
Thank you, kids. The name's Clarky, and I sell construction equipment, the American working man, because that's who I am and that's who I care about.
Travel down to Clarky's to get a machine.
Tape on the hood for the 47.
The Toyota two-seater, and this week Jeff Burton got to ride with WWE superstars Bianca Belair and Montez Ford.
Wait, are you able to watch the race now? Dude, Abu Dhabi, get it?
So we got the track to ourselves. Let's go. Whoa! Go, go, go! We gotta win, we gotta win, we gotta go to Texas! This is like the best roller coaster ever! I want the South. Well, you say NASCAR, you can't say NASCAR without Jeff B. WWE.
Oh, yeah.
Monday night on USA. And what an enjoyable ride. And it was funny because Montez, the race show, said that was the greatest adrenaline rush he's ever had. And you think about that, that's pretty impressive for a guy in WWE.
Oh, they were fired up. They wanted to go faster. We were going fast. It wasn't a slow ride, but enough. That we wanted more. It was so much fun, so much energy. I'm not going to get in the ring.
I think it'd be great.
No, that's not what I heard. I heard some sort of tag team. Both you drivers involved. That's
It sounds like they've asked Jeff to do that, and the plans are in the works. And
Junior, your name was mentioned too, buddy.
I'm all right with getting body slammed. I'm good.
Fuck me, you hungry.
Okay.
I'm not hungry right now. I just ate a little bit ago.
Trouble getting into the stall, so some movers and shakers, and the top 9 or 10 rig didn't even come to pit road. We'll see how that pays off.
Yeah, a lot of penalties, a lot of issues
Green flag.
on pit road as we go back to green. Elliott on the outside and Ryan Blaney on the inside. Elliott getting a little bit of a shove here early, and he'll clear that inside line.
One thing to remember, guys, you can't choose today. Normally on super speedways there is no choose rule, but you can choose which lane you want to be in on these restarts. A big run down the back on the outside.
That was a huge push by the 48, who was getting pushed by the 11.
Kyle Busch up to
With that
4th.
big shove, Ryan Blaney still side
5th
by
now.
side with Chase Elliott.
Three wide back here. Uncomfortable situation for some of these guys.
Burton in the 21, right in the middle of it all. Pit road had so many things happening. The 20 was blocked. The 23 missed his pit stall, had to back up. The 5 had a very long stop. They went under the hood. The 99 backed up. The 19 was speeding, and the 2 another long stop. 47 was a long stop as well.
See Hamlin trying to give a big push to Coleman in that 48 car. Different paint scheme this week. Lightning bolts. Watch this push right here. This is how aggressive they're getting. Just trying to get pushed up, and then Elliott up the block, and everybody did a great job of not wrecking right there. Elliott made a big block, and Hamlin was aware of it, got off the gas. Smart move by everybody.
Marty.
And Rick, Chase Elliott, the same guy who said, I'm completely loose on the first part of that run, decided to stay out there. That shows you how important track position will be today. Alan Gustafson said, if you can live with it, let's stay out because we want to stay up front. Meanwhile, his teammate Kyle Larson, we talked about how loose his car was. Well, you have no idea. Listen on the radio.
I don't know. I mean, I'm sure it's a combination of my car being loose and the steering box being quicker, but I am not comfortable at all. Only being able to turn the wheel like an inch. Fortunately, we can't do much about the steering.
That's a pretty big statement for Kyle Larson to say, I am not comfortable at all. So what they came down pit road and did see was they actually took ground.
Sam, guess what I'm thinking about? What are you thinking about?
A little bit better. Restarted back in 30th. We'll see where he winds up.
What's Gibby thinking about?
Really, what you see by the 9 to Chase Elliott is, you know, as a crew chief, I can crunch some issues and maybe help some issues, but nothing is going to drive better than being able to use both lanes and have all the downforce. We mentioned that big 7-inch spoiler. Well, another thing it does is sticks your car to the
You're
ground.
thinking about
If you're
pussy.
first in line, now, if you're behind it, it makes it a little bit tougher. So
you know, I can only do so much. I would be doing anything in the world to get track position. Kim 1 is up with Austin Cindric. He is having a rough start.
Yeah, and that's after starting 5th. So he started in the 5th position, and then they, by design, dropped back before that competition caution. So he was running in that last place before coming down pit road, and that's just because he was way too free. They made wholesale changes during that stop, and they took their time on pit road because the splitter was in the track, so they got the splitter up. He was just way too free. Air, wedge, pretty much everything, and this was
You're
rare
anti-pussy?
Guys, we're
Oh
gonna
yeah,
talk
that's
about
right.
what they do at Daytona and Talladega because track position was so key, but the handling on that number 2 was just evil. Currently riding in the 31 position.
Wild 3-ride racing there as they put Bowman on the outside. The one car, though, coming up here to help him is going to maintain this 3-ride
Guess.
action. Now they finally sort not yet. They got a 24 in the middle.
Guess again.
Sandwich right now.
Being in the middle of 3 wide is
You're
very
thinking about going to New Hampshire Motor Speedway next week and meeting me at the race.
One thing I've learned, though, is that these guys are learning there is grip in all 3 lanes. When we raced here in March, there was only really 2 lanes. Nobody wanted to run in that 3rd lane, but the Xfinity race yesterday had some good grip in that high line, and now today, again, these guys can go pretty much wall to wall, wall to apron.
Jaden!
Seen a lot of Toyotas.
Jaden!
How good the 11 ran. All the Gibbs cars look good. 23-11 also. Let's listen to Dave. Let's listen to Dave on the 18.
So, guys, it's interesting how Kyle Busch sees that 3-lane racing. He stayed out this time, obviously picked up a lot of track position, started 19th, so he's moved up where he wants to be.
Yes, Sam. Okay, Jaden, you should either go to New Hampshire or Pocono. And then, yeah, you should go to New Hampshire or Pocono. So you go to your first race and we can finally meet.
Still is, where will the 2-time champion, 60-race winner end up next year? It might not be with Joe Gibbs Racing. It could be with another team.
You know, Martin Truex Jr. announced he was returning. There was a question mark with 2 cars. That, I think, puts a little bit more pressure on the decision for the 18. You have Ty Gibbs in the wings, and you can argue whether he's ready or not, but the simple fact is he looks really
How do you have $30,000 for a flight to and from? I don't know. You had a flight to and from fucking America when you went there.
To get used to
To
the series,
Durham.
that's what you see out of some of these young rookies. So while Kyle Busch would be my first choice, you mentioned his numbers. As you see a big move to the bottom, and he sneaks up a little bit in front of the 12. Kyle Busch is the guy you want, but the business has to defend it. Can they
Guess
afford
again.
Up to second now for Kyle Busch.
I'll do one last guess and then just tell me what you're thinking about. I know exactly what you're thinking about. I know exactly 100% what you're thinking about right now. The fact that Mark Martin definitely should have won the 2007 Daytona 500. He definitely should have. He should have won the Daytona 500.
He's going to get a big push down this back straightaway.
Right now, Junior, that you want to run the bottom because it's the shortest way around the racetrack. But when they get lined up on the top, if you don't get clear, then they go around you on the outside. You see right there, they teed up the racetrack. Blaney still looks like he's going to get to the right side of him, though.
Watch this great racing, Junior. I was just going to point out some names. Harrison Burton in 11 chose to stay out. He's keeping that track position. We have Gillen in at 38, running 10th. So, you know, if you can work your way to the front, it seems like you're able to keep it. It seems like these guys are learning that, you know, the passes are getting easier to make on the outside. So watch this outside line. People moving higher, getting more and more defensive to block it.
Side by side, back and forth, but it's Chase Elliott out front.
This is the grown-up grilled cheese. It said, I need more in life. Right. I need 2 hamburger patties. And I want ketchup, mustard, and
You're still confused as to why you went to Victory Lane a lap early at Bristol?
Right? So it
Yeah,
keeps
that's
it
pretty
all together.
funny.
Sonic grilled cheese double burger. And I love it all.
All right, then go give me a socket wrench, pliers.
I'm not
and
guessing
a photo
again.
of LibertyMutual.com. They customize your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. And a blowtorch. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
For COPD, ask your doctor about Restream.
Breztri gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, or mouth or tongue.
I'm thinking about food, but not hungry. So you want food anyway, even though you're not hungry? I can understand that.
Oh, hey. Buying a car from Vroom is so easy. All you need is a phone and a finger. Just go to vroom.com, scroll through thousands of cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Just straight up great cars. Right from your phone to your driveway. Go to vroom.com and pick your favorite. Oh yeah, she digs it. Buy your car on vroom.com. Vroom. Get in.
You really are my favorite, son.
I've heard that before.
Savannah's the favorite.
Grayson and I are making the most of our favorite kid status.
We're very bitter.
Why are you so angry?
Christy Knows Best is all new Thursday at 9 on USA.
There are few who have come to St Andrews and walked out an Open champion twice. For Tiger to do it a third time would be legendary. The 150th Open on USA and Pico.
Download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car cameras, as well as radio broadcasting. Upgrade to premium for full access to driver audio channels. Search NASCAR in your app store to download and start a free trial. We're at Atlanta Motor Speedway. It's Quaker State 400, and now just under 12 laps to go in stage one.
Business getting ready to pick up here.
Right there.
Business getting ready to pick up here. You heard it.
Drove in through the top 10, around 11th place. They run side by side. This lead pack seems like they've got the improvements that car made.
Yeah, Larson's already gained 22 positions since the restart.
Still back in 32nd place. Needs a little more work on the next pit stop.
Heard that radio transmission things are getting ready
Up to
pick
11th.
Here. 11 laps to go to the end of the stage, so now everybody's racing for position. Hey.
And with runs like this, Jeff, it's hard to believe that that blue and white 12 of Ryan Blaney has not won a race yet this season. He's finished in the top 5 6 times. Wow, what a move. And Jonathan Hassler, his crew chief, told me, I can't ask our group to do much more. We're ready to win any day. It could be today, Rick.
Yeah, he wasn't sure which lane to take there. Left, right, inside, outside. Now he's to the inside, trying to take the lead away from Chase Elliott.
Did a little bit of what Chase does on these super speedways. He moves around, back and forth. He's going to get some energy off the nose of some car behind him, and that's how he created that opportunity. Chase with a big push. What does he do with it? Dives to the inside. He makes the move so late, the 12 can't really block it. Blaney trying to stay on that quarter panel side draft. He's clear.
You can see right there, Junior, how the side draft does not work in these cars like in the past. In the past, Blaney could have just held Chase Elliott up and slowed him down, but it does not work as effectively in these cars.
Sam, you're thinking about either NASCAR New Hampshire or Weed, am I correct? I actually am thinking about how, like, I want Dom to come over and watch this race with me. That's what I'm thinking about right now. But yeah, I've been thinking about New Hampshire pretty much all week. You know, honestly, I'm going to 2 races, going to the next 2 races, and I just want to fucking go deaf. I'm not going to wear hearing protection at either of those races, and I just honestly hope I go deaf, because I don't want to hear people's bullshit anymore.
I don't know if I want to be here. I see the intensity picking up, Marty, so I'm going to go ahead and exit stage right, at least to the end of this stage.
Yeah, but what a duel that was between the 2 regular season championship leaders for the stage 1 win. Coming up in 7 laps, he's riding on board with Bubba Wallace way back in the field in 31st. What's going on? Listen.
I feel like something's broke in the rear. Got tighter. It was tighter, but don't feel right, dude. No, I'm just holding the wheel to the left, and the rear engine bouncing, dancing around.
That sounds a little disconcerting at 185 miles an hour to me.
I'm going to get Dom to come over.
Some work to do on the 23 car, no doubt.
A lot of work to do that car. You've got to be comfortable that you're going to be able to get in this pack and mix it up. Because you can see these guys, they're starting to push each other, trying to generate some more speed with the bumpers, and that makes your car drive bad as too. Look right here. He's looking for a way around Chase Elliott. block, trying to understand where the run's coming from, spending way more time out of the rearview mirror than he is out of the front windshield.
You know, every race I've been to, they always sold die casts. They always had like little die casts that you could buy, except for Pocono last year. Like I went there and they had no die casts. It was so weird. I was like, what the fuck?
12 is wanting the same push from behind him to be able to get the run he needs to be able to pass the Nascar for the lead.
But I definitely will be getting a new shirt.
And as Marty mentioned, 1 and 2 in the regular season point standings are running 1 and 2. So every point matters, especially when it comes to paying off the playoff points at the end of the regular season.
Big run right here. Yep. Yeah, you both saw the same thing at the same time. 12 gets there, but he can't clear. A little side draft by the 9 slows him down.
When I do that and include it in a video, I'd put anything in a video. I should film my first sexual experience and put it in a video. Well, no, I already had a sexual experience, but I need to have like I need to film my first fucking.
Kurt Busch coming into this race. Now he's got the 5. Kyle Larson, you saw a big wiggle out of those two when they didn't match up with the bumpers.
Catching a lap car very quickly here, too, guys, on this front straightaway.
You missed the track-related NASCAR diecasts? Oh yeah, I remember those.
Widens out quite a bit.
Yeah, but it's going to go into turn 1, and all these other guys behind him are going to have to funnel right around him.
Very tight as they work their way around the 15 of Garrett Smithley. Still side by side for the lead. Under 2 laps to go. Pit road is closed. Fighting for the stage 1 win. Blaney on the inside. Elliott on the outside.
All right, coming to the final lap of stage 1.
Big push coming here for Elliott.
Push a hard one right in the corner.
Right in the back of the 9 car. That shoved him way out in front, clear.
All clear, all clear. Bottom nose down.
He should be able to easily defend the last 3 quarters of this lap.
Big push coming here on the inside line. You can see Hamlin's pushing Blaney.
Elliott goes down to block. Now back up the racetrack as Alex Bowman with a run in the 48. Out of turn 4 for the final time in stage 1. And Chase Elliott will
wins stage 1. YouTube will ban you for your sex vid. I wonder if YouTube would ban me if I showed my ass. Like if I just pulled down my pants and showed my ass right now. I wonder if YouTube would ban me.
For Chase Elliott, the first time he's won a stage here in Atlanta.
I kind of want to find out. I don't know. I think you're allowed to show ass on YouTube, right? You just can't show like your asshole.
And so much more. More 5G bars in more places. More savings so your family saves 20% versus the other guys. And we won't raise the price of your rate plan with our price lock guarantee. Get more with T-Mobile. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff.
eBay Motors. They have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride.
Don't worry about this. What's up, man?
No. I got the next one.
So you're rich now?
No, he's not rich. He's happy hour rich.
At 3 to 6 p.m. rich.
36 bucks rich. You guys got Joe. He's 36 bucks.
Hey, Mr. 36, your driver parked outside?
I think he's funny. We'll split the check, right?
For the last 3 finals have all been world records.
The World Track and Field Championships. We've got accessories for the everyday and ones that go much further. Accessories for your outdoor jam session. And your inner child. Verizon has accessories just for you. Handpicked for quality and performance to make your everyday even better. And for select products, when you buy more, you save more. Start shopping at Verizon.com/products. Easy moves.
McGuire Chevrolet of Baldwinsville is your #1 destination for new and premier pre-owned vehicles. And we're kicking off this summer by bringing back our employee pricing for all. All July long, you'll enjoy employee pricing on all current in-stock Silverado 1500s when you finance with GM Financial. So, don't wait. Kick off the summer right with a new or premier pre-owned vehicle from McGuire Chevrolet of Baldwinsville.
Go inside the headset with access to Nascar scanner for only $2.99 per month. This is on Pit Strategy, spotter communication. Into the apps on mobile devices with NASCAR.com/scanner.
Lucky to have some great onboard cameras today during this race. Riding on board Kevin Harvick's car thanks to Hunt Brothers Pizza.
16 car Noah Gregson. Noah is currently running 26th. The Goldfish Casino Slots camera.
Had a chance to ride along with Bub Wallace in the 23 thanks to Toyota as well today. A lot of cameras there to help Cam. This driver gives some great shots.
It'll be fun to ride along with the drivers throughout this race. Again, the end of stage 1. Pit road is open now.
So with the 100-lap stage coming up, second stage is 100 laps long, everybody's going to come to pit road this time because they need fuel. This is what's going to be interesting. Like Elliott and those guys that stayed out, it worked. Their tires were good enough to keep the lead, but now he needs, he's burned.
Would you buy a PSP to play the NASCAR game on it? I would, but also I want to buy other things before I'd buy a PSP. But if I was rich, I would.
Messes up the running order here to see if these guys like Chase Hill lose his track position on this pit stop kit.
Alex Bowman, P2 in that stage. You said I'm just a little bit free everywhere to call 4 tires, a small adjustment, and fill it up full of fuel, Dave.
To Steve's point, the 12-car Ryan Blaney, he will need 2 cans of Sunoco fuel, plenty of time to change all 4 Goodyear tires. Car's a little bit loose, Marty.
Well, Dave, Ross Chastain was the only driver who pitted at lap 27 who was able to make progress through the field to the cars. A little bit too tight. They're going to go back a baby step on that last adjustment. Also, to Steve's point, the 9 plans a long stop here because they got to take on all that fuel and cars passing them right now on pit road.
Ooh.
Chase Elliott said
Bowman in the grass.
a handful at the start of the run.
Kyle Busch lost a lot of spots on that. Well, a lot of people only took 2. So
Rush hour of the racetrack. What just happened?
that was crazy.
Right there, coming off the pit road. Take a look at this. No room on pit road, so we'll go.
You have a Mountain Dew IndyCar diecast?
That's how chaotic it is in Atlanta now, even on pit road.
Well, they're letting fans design cars again. Aliens. I know they're out there. So with Toyota's help, I designed a car to welcome them with open arms.
Cool car. I was abducted once.
Oh, you're back. Will they make contact? I don't know, but I want to believe.
What will you design? Enter for a chance to win at sponsorfire.com.
Thank you.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breasttree. Breasttree gives me better breathing and helps prevent flare-ups. Before Breasttree, I was stuck in the past. I still had bad days. Flare-ups, which kept me from doing what I love. My doctor said, for my COPD, it was time for Breasttree. Breasttree gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups. Like no other COPD medicine, Breasttree was proven to reduce flare-ups by 52%.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye.
You have this?
Can't afford your medication? AstraZeneca may be able to help. If you have COPD,
Oh, that's cool.
ask your doctor about Breasttree.
Okay, this is a freezer, not a time capsule. Sometimes the house itself
Do
can tell you how a young homeowner is turning into their parents.
Not those two.
Yep, they're gone.
Forever?
Yep.
That there is Progressive's Home Quote Explorer website where I compared home insurance rates.
We don't need to print the internet. Some are beyond help. I will give you $100 if you can tell me what this is. Scotch egg. It's a meatball.
Progressive can't help you from becoming your parents, but we can help you compare rates on home insurance with Home Quote Explorer.
We've got a lot of work to do.
Welcome to the high-octane life of USA's newest crew.
I'm Austin Dillon, NASCAR driver. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot more fun when you have family and friends. Have you ever changed a diaper? I watched. We just hope you can catch a diaper football. You can't spike the baby.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
Chase Elliott wins stage 1 at Atlanta Motor Speedway, and normally when an Elliott wins a race, they sound the siren at the Dawsonville, Georgia Pool Hall. And so Rutledge Wood is there at City View. All right, Rut, do they sound the siren when you win a stage?
Rick, that's a great question. They don't sound it for a stage, but I can tell you, the fans are packing this place out. They're getting real excited. I mean, if this keeps up, y'all, we're going to hear that siren go off a little bit later. But for now, y'all, I'm hungry. I've worked up quite a hunger watching all this racing. This is going to be a fun day. Here's hoping Chase pulls it off.
Did Rut just leave us to go eat? Well, Rutledge knows a good burger, and I think there's definitely... Junior, you've been in there. Enjoyed the burgers in there.
They gave them a better reception than I got.
Well, Chase Elliott, after a little bit slower stop than some of the
Can Nascar similar paint but on an Indy car? Oh, that's cool.
Tyler Reddick that got off
I would love to have like an Indy car diecast.
Ross Chastain will restart up there on the front row as well. Again, the choose rule in effect here at Atlanta, so that's why you see the drivers lining
Like
up
a Joseph Newgarden.
Also, you see
You know, Joseph Newgarden's my guy.
He was 25th at the end of the stage, took 2 tires. Now he's starting 4th.
Such a great view on the back of the pace car.
All right, here we go.
Coca-Cola field approaching the Geico restart.
Green flag.
And back to action here in Atlanta. I think the question has to be asked, if Martin Truex Jr. wins here at Atlanta, does that count as a super speedway win?
That's for me. I don't know if it counts for me. Daytona or Talladega. We'll be interested to see how his car drives up here. All the Toyotas and his teammates have been really good today. He hasn't had a chance to really show us anything outside inside the top 10 here.
Outside of Ross Chastain right now fighting for that second spot. A little bit of a run here as he closes the gap now on Tyler Reddick. Tyler, the most recent winner in the Cup Series, getting his first
Next
ever
gen
win.
paint on it. That's
to go
cool.
Road America.
Just in every stack die in all of NASCAR. Classify this.
It races like a super speedway at 1.59 miles.
Guess we just have to ask the drivers. They'll let us know after the day.
Of course, fair. Although we still have arguments about what a short track is.
We do. I wonder if Truex will try to take this lead. He had a pretty good run on the front straightaway. Didn't decide to go for it. He's pushing that 8 car out there in front.
I think if he gets enough of a push,
And that was a pretty good one in the last lap.
I think he's got Bell behind him and teammates. I think he has confidence if he goes somewhere, as long as Bell can go with him, meaning they both have to be clear of that one car, that he could go and he would have a pusher. Probably just was worried about getting hung out if he went, and then Christopher couldn't go with him, Kel.
That's right, and you see Martin Truex Jr. in that second position. Oh, as we have a battle for the lead.
Sure enough, he goes to the bottom of the racetrack, has that help that you were talking about with Christopher Bell, and Martin Truex Jr. pulls out to a huge lead here in Atlanta.
You got this too. Oh, that's a cool truck. The Pepsi truck.
For both of them, there was one car to pass. They both could get by him, and now they're leading the race as 2 teammates. Great teamwork and great patience by Martin Truex to not make that move earlier and put himself in a bad spot, Kim.
And he got track position by taking 2 tires on that last stop. No major changes, which was surprising because he had no right rear. He said there was absolutely no stability. So maybe this clean air is exactly what that number 19 Toyota needs. Martin Truex Jr., Marty.
And he got that push from his teammate Christopher Bell, who now is trying to keep that second position. Remember in the spring race here, Bell came across the start-finish line at the checkered flag second, but was penalized for going below.
I also have a Pennzoil version of the Mountain Dew car. That's a Pennzoil version.
Got a little revenge today.
That's weird. Oh, I see what you mean.
Tyler Reddick in that bright green car was leading, and remember, he won last week after being an Xfinity Series champion. I asked his crew chief, Randall Burnett, what did that do for this driver's confidence level? Because he's already been a champion. He goes, it was big because it answered the question, not if or when, but yes, Tyler Reddick does win in the NASCAR Cup Series. Goes a long way.
43 car. Eric Jones brushed the fence.
Eric Jones touched the wall, no caution. Not a good day for Eric Jones.
Now, so a little more durable.
His trouble continues.
Trying to make that outside work, going three wide around cars, maybe push just a little bit too much. Let's take a look. He just is loose right there. Looks like Jeff.
Yeah, correct. Backing around on it, getting in the corner. The only thing you worry about, Steve, is damage with the car. Did he do any damage to the right rear suspension? He drove into turn one like he was convinced it wasn't hurt, but it'll take a few laps to determine if he's okay.
Yeah, I agree. It's not so much a tire rub as long-term damage that could fail over time.
And again, Joe Gibbs Racing cars 1 and 2. Martin Truex Jr. and then the 20 of Christopher Bell. That inside line trying to get some momentum using a little side drafting. As Ryan Blaney now peeks to the inside of the 20. Blaney has had success here at Atlanta earlier in this race. Getting a little bit of help from Reddick.
19 getting a big lead there, and they're going to run him down quickly on the straightaway. That's going to allow the 12 to the inside. Try not to get too far out ahead of the pack so that they don't, your car kind of noses over on speed and power, and you just drop right back to them quickly. And you can't defend both lines at the same time.
2 by 2 again, and side by side for the lead. Blaney on the inside, Martin Truex Jr. on the outside.
I just feel like with Blaney, he's that driver that we always see at the end of speedway races, Daytona, Talladega, always just so close to getting that win. He's going to be a threat all day today.
Watching Chastain step out of line, showing that car a little bit outside the 9 car, running high, especially in turn 1 and 2.
And also another car, that outside, that 5th row on the outside, that white car, Michael McDowell. He shows up. Speedway races. He shows up at these Super Speedway races, road courses. Here he is again in a position to win a race. Would not be a surprise to see that guy win either.
Sorry, Mom. It's amazing what you can build on EW.
I'll be right back.
Imagine creating cool stuff that can make ordering tacos a breeze and let you watch every shot from every player anywhere you want. What about investing in the coolest companies and watch your favorite team from the other side of the world? Just imagine what they can do when I'm in charge.
Ice cream.
Boom.
Sour Patch Kids bits.
Boom.
A slush.
Take a bite, and then we'll all harmonize.
Okay, ready?
Sonic Sour Patch Kids slush float.
I think we're a girl group now.
Sign me up.
Imagine having the elite performance of Goodyear now on your Skechers. Enhance your traction, durability, and stability with Skechers featuring the top-tier performance of premium Goodyear rubber. Get all-season performance with Goodyear and Skechers.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive, but we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive. We're fine with that.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman?
No. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
Welcome to the future. Some assembly required. But if there's one thing this country has always embraced, it's a challenge. And after almost 120 years of building for those challenges, we're taking the vehicles you know by name and making them electric by revolutionizing the way they're built and where they're assembled. Not for the few, but for the many.
Caution just came out. 3 cars on the back stretch got sideways, got into each other, had tire issues. We got the 42 involved in this. BJ McLeod also is in it, as well as Chris Buescher.
And BJ just lost the car all on his own, and then everybody else is behind him, nowhere to go. See the car step out.
What I'm trying to understand is that
There's a
78
caution.
with what's to me a broken right rear toe link, but I don't see it.
Oh, boy.
Yet, so I don't know if perhaps, I think the 17th Steve is it right here. Oh, okay, yeah, that might break the link. left rear loose, yeah, I can see that. But I was trying to figure out how the car itself broke. Like, did it break and spin, or then spin and had a failure? But yeah, I saw that contact now on that 17.
Yeah, I didn't see the damage. See him get loose right there, and then there's just nowhere to go. I didn't see the damage on that 42, but he hit that inside wall pretty hard. I didn't think he had. We can only see the right side, but he's got a fair amount of damage on that left front fender.
And as you pointed out, that contact from the 17 Junior's going to end the 780. He tried to limp around, but was unable to do it. The 17 was able to come to pit road. Hard to see how much damage. The body looks good, but underneath, we showed that animation earlier about everything that's underneath the car, right? The diffuser, that pan, the splitter. You drive around on flat tires, it can be hard on the equipment, Dave.
Steve, Chris Buescher called it a, quote, decent hit. The crew is talking to him now on the radio saying, we don't see anything broke. While he gets up to speed here, he can feel it out just a little bit, and it appears the steering may be straight on it, so he may be okay.
There you have it. It's one of those races. I don't know if you're ever...
Yeah, I saw the Discord. That's cool. The Mountain Dew IndyCar.
Just going to hang around. Oh, we see some takers here with 81 laps to go. I think this tells me some guys think they can make it from here on fuel much farther than anything we thought they could, but maybe some yellows. Big strategy play, because it's not just a few cars. It's busy, Kim.
And you see there the 48, he was reporting just a little bit of chattering. He didn't think he had a loose wheel, but they just came down for safety. Right side only, Dave.
Denny Hamlin, fuel only in his Toyota, trying to get it fired up. It was a slow leave, Marty.
Yeah, I don't know, Steve. I think they're pretty short from here to be able to make it all the way 10 laps short. But what it could allow, Steve, is for a quicker stop on the next stop, if you will, the next caution, and maybe get track position that way.
So maybe a little pit road strategy being played. Once again, close call for 48 of Alex Bowman. Tough day on pit road.
Rise and shine. I'm Kid Cudi. It's time for Camp McDonald's. Get out your apps and let me show you what we got. New summer menu hacks on Wednesdays. Merch collabs with a different drop every Thursday. With a headlining show by me. And 3 more amazing shows leading up. Plus, we've got deals on the food you love. If you have the McDonald's app, you're at Camp McDonald's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Choosing T-Mobile is like paying for this, but getting that. And so much more. More 5G bars in more places. More savings, so you only saves 20% versus the other guys. And we won't raise the price of your
The Pennzoil looks like a Monte Carlo.
Guaranteed. Get more with T-Mobile. More 5G coverage, more savings, and even more cool stuff.
USA and Peacock are setting July on fire with Money in the Bank, followed by Monday Night Raw, and exploding with SummerSlam. Oh no! Oh yes! Watch the action heat up Mondays on Raw, all leading to SummerSlam July 30th on Peacock.
What do I think of this afternoon's race? So far, I actually think it's been really pretty good. You know, there's been a lot of passing. There's been, you know, a lot of action up front. I think it's been exciting.
The birth of our daughter should have been the happiest day of our lives. Instead, she was injured during childbirth. She has cerebral palsy, and her doctors say she is permanently disabled. What does this mean for her future? We don't know where to turn.
Has your child been diagnosed with cerebral palsy, Erb's palsy, or other birth injury caused by medical errors? The team at the Porter Law Group will get you the answers you deserve. Call 833-99-BIRTH for a free case evaluation or visit nybirthinjury.com.
Need better wheels and tires? For whatever real life throws at you, Real Truck has the answer. Real parts for real life.
I need to clean my fucking room.
Be sure to tune in and see Nikki Bella on the new series Barmageddon. It's coming soon to USA. Junior hanging out there, took her for a ride in the pace car. And Junior, she chose you to be her tag team partner. She chose you.
That's right. She didn't choose Jeff Burke.
Nope, she chose you.
So we had a lot of fun. 135 mile an hour in the Chevy pace car. And that show, Barmageddon, is in Old Red, Nashville. So they're having a lot of fun with that. Blake Shelton, Carson Daly. She told me all about it. We had a lot of fun.
The fog
She does
machine.
need a lap of you, to be fair.
Fog machine.
We went 130, 170.
The dirty ass room.
She did ride with me after she rode.
Oh, really?
I think I still have some of the old Dairy Queen wrappers, like the old ones before we went to the new ones. I think I still have some of those on my floor. It's been like 6 months.
Might have to get a bracket going here, Rick.
And then my fucking desk.
Together in the garage. Oh my I can start thinking.
What's up, Kenneth? How you doing? Do I think we'll win this afternoon's race?
Okay.
William Byron. I still think Byron wins, even though he hasn't been up front that much.
More above Watson. We stay right here. We talked so much about that camera. He's looking all around. In front of it, you can see the digital dash with the numbers just to the right, kind of right there to the right side. I don't dare circle it because he keeps. All right, but give it a shot while he's moving around. That is the screen for that digital rear view camera. That's a little pod on the back of the roof. The camera looks straight back. It projects what you want on that location. You can put that screen wherever you want. That's where Bubba has chosen to put his.
We're rolling up toward the start finish.
Who do I think wins stage 2? Unfortunately, I think Truex is going to win stage 2.
Let's get ready for the restart. We want to listen in to the 45 team and Jason Jarrett, the spotter for Kurt Busch.
5, line, green, green, green. He's tight with you, but he doesn't have a push for the 99. And they're both tight with you. Outside tight, outside. 30 by half. He does not have a push up to you. 2 line all the way back. Outside 9. Half apart. Top lean. Outside. He's got the 20 about 2 in front of him. You got the 1 outside of you and just the 31 with you. Out.
So important for Kurt Busch to know that when he said the 31's behind you, but he has no help. That means the 31's not going to be a lot of help to you. So it's great information about what you can't see. You see the car behind you, but you can't see the car behind him. That information is so important to help gauge what kind of run you may get.
And the spotter, what we heard right there, that's the way it is every lap, every foot. The spotter's job here, they really earn their keep, and so you got to have some good guys up there that you trust telling you everything you need to know. They've worked the entire race from start to finish.
Here comes Blaney. He looks to the inside, trying to take the lead away from Martin Truex Jr.
Truex with a subtle side draft on the right rear quarter panel. Who's Chase going to help? Not his dad. He's going with that 19. He says, I know which car is going forward. Pushes Martin Truex clear. I think the 12 here is going to work back to the inside. He doesn't have a ton of help on the bottom. Look at Reddick pushing the 9. The 9's going to have a great run. Does he go around this 19 for the lead? He does to the inside. Down
Chase Elliott takes the lead.
And Reddick went with him. Let's see if Reddick gets clear. No, he's not.
I'm sure Dawson Full pool room just went crazy.
Looking for Kurt Busch, I believe, behind him.
Chase moving around. He's like, too far out here.
I'm sorry, that's Blaney behind him.
Y'all want to know something weird? I read a fucking fan fiction about Chase Elliott the other day. I read a Chase Elliott fan fiction about this girl who went to a race and wanted to meet Chase Elliott and then date Chase Elliott, and then she did, and they went back to his RV, and yeah.
It's tough to go anywhere. You know, it's tough to go anywhere, but you can easily make a mistake and lose the points, but you're not going to gain it back in a very instant. I'm just teeing up for the end of the race here. Like, the one's a good pusher, but McDowell couldn't do nothing to get to him.
So Dale Jr., what that equals to me is don't lose that track position today. You want to be up front. Chase Elliott's got it back.
Yeah, it definitely seems like coming to the end of the race, you want to be the lead car. The lead car can defend a little bit, get in front of the line and move it forward. I'd rather have to, try to keep the lead than to try to be the one getting it on that last lap. So Chase Elliott, I think, is in the best position right now, positions he wants to keep all day long. Look at Chastain trying to get to that outside quarter panel. We've seen him all day long run just a little bit higher. Stays right connected to the back.
You're watching my live stream from Hampton, Georgia. You at the race?
I think Ross is either running out there to possibly jump on the quarter panel to pass the 19, but also to keep a little air on his car, keep his car turning, keep it working well. Downforce.
So, I was going to show you this. I have a little car.
Offset just a little bit each corner.
There's loves this cute little thing. Oh, I forgot to turn on the light. It is really cute.
Chastain being aggressive out there. Certainly has a very good car.
Air purifier.
From a moment ago.
This is my
You made
TV
it,
stand.
that's allowing me to make moves. You see him ducking out there when they go into the corners. He also made a very interesting point. He said,
Oh shit! Oh man, that was a hard hit. Holy shit, look at that. What a mess. What a fucking mess. What a fucking mess, bro. Oh my god. Austin Dillon all fucked up. I think Kyle Busch just got by it. Logano took a hard hit. Larson's all fucked up.
Yeah, the one car was pushing the 19 right there off into turn one, and the 19 was a little bit uncomfortable in the front stretch, just entering the corner. And the leader...
The fender at the seat to the fascia on the left front's broke, and then it looks like the fascia to the splitter on the left front's broke.
Like the leader of the race went up to block that run, and Martin had to basically check up a little bit. And the one gets into the back of him and turns him around. Remember, those two had an I don't know if it was an altercation, but they were not too happy with each other, or Truex was not happy with Chastain and Dover. Now this is just one more issue. You see the right rear tire locked up all the way in the pit box. That seems odd. I don't know if that means he has another issue. We'll have to just see.
Well, listen, even at Daytona and Talladega, with these cars, we've seen pushing is not very safe to do. So right here, they roll into turn one. One car is on the outside. They make contact.
Truex wrecked, which makes me happy. And then, oh, Kyle Busch did, I think, get a little bit of damage.
You cannot push in these corners.
But I think he'll be fine.
It just doesn't work. Right there, contact. And now Truex is along for the ride.
Yeah, Truex is out of the gas, uncomfortable. The one is just trying to wait on him to sort of gather it up and go.
I don't know, actually.
And eventually makes contact.
I don't know if Kyle's going to be fine. I'm pretty sure he will, but...
You see right here, Martin's lifting right there. He's lifting. He's loose. The one's like waiting, trying to say, go, come on, get it going. Eventually makes contact, and then everybody kind of piles in. Look at the 22 up in the air right there. The 3 kind of goes out of sight, but then he gets turned to the right. And the damage on the right front of that car, it had to be a pretty big hit. We'll see if we got it from this angle right here. You're going to see the 19 spin. And then watch the 3. He's going to be on the left side of this traffic. He gets caught, I think, by the 34. So, right, the 34 gets hit by the 20. Here comes Austin Dillon. He's going to go out of screen, but as he goes out of screen, oh, I'm telling you, that thing turns right. Boom! Oh, and then it comes back in. Man. You have to wonder also, guys, we were talking about Ross Chastain offsetting to the
Austin
right.
Dillon took a hard hit there, too.
Right? But how is that hurting Martin Truex Jr.'s car and how it drives? There's that big hit by Austin Dillon. That's just a massive hit. It's one thing, this car, the center section of this car is much tougher than the last car trying to protect the driver. That was a massive hit. You saw how big the safety barrier moved.
Watch the 3. We're going to be right on when he comes into frame right here.
And Junior, this is the worst thing.
Oh my goodness.
Such a big hit.
Wow. Imagine this, in a safety barrier there. That would have been a whole lot worse. So thankful for the advances that we've got in safety for moments exactly like that.
Our safety team taking care of the 3 right now, and it's Austin Dillon out of the car. Go to the infield care center.
So Rick, now that we see the drivers out, the cars getting patched up, let's push forward right away, right? Playoff implications at 19, and Martin Truex Jr. winless. He's one of the drivers in the playoffs without a win, right? So, I mean, this is a big situation. I mentioned Dover, the 1 at 19. All race long, these two seem to be stuck together. And this is basically coming to the checker. The 1 throws a pretty impressive block on the 19. I thought it was just going to check the 19 up, but he ended up getting down inside the inside wall. That was for the 3rd position. And I bring it up because after the race, Martin Truex Jr., you see his disappointment. He's thinking, man, we were for 3rd. Like, he cut me a little slack. Now, listen, Chastain has self-admittedly said, hey, man, I'm a tough driver. I'm going to go as hard as I can. And I appreciate the honesty if that's how he feels. But, much like we talked about Ty Gibbs a week ago in the Xfinity Series, Chastain definitely has not made a lot of friends. Now, he has 2 trophies on the trophy case. Right. So you can judge how he does it. But his
Ross Chastain isn't out there to make friends.
So, guess if you're Chastain.
That's not Ross Chastain's goal. This isn't social hour for old Ross Chastain. Ross Chastain don't care about making friends. Ross Chastain cares about winning them races, getting that money, and fucking them bitches. I mean, women, sorry. Fucking them beautiful women.
He got collected. We'll see how much damage was done to that car. Larson's also on pit road. You know, he mentioned guys that.
I don't know. It actually does look like Kyle Busch has some.
Looks like more damage than I gave it credit for. You can see even from this angle, the hood's all wrinkled up. So, pretty big names. Kyle Busch, man. Nothing's going right for Kyle right now.
It's been a tough year.
Yeah, I think what's interesting to me is just how these cars can withstand this crash. Who can remain competitive? We don't really know. We haven't seen this car really be crash tested a bunch in places like this. And so, if, you know, can Chastain remain, you know, competitive? But does have a shot to win in this race after going through something like that, Nancy, as well. Other cars.
So we saw a lot of cars in the spring race, guys, with a ton of damage, and that they could still run and get good finishes. So, you know, it's I don't think, you know, some of these guys' days is over, but if you are in this race, you still got a shot.
Marty.
Ross Chastain coming down for his second stop here. The biggest thing now is that the splitter is kind of separated from the body, so they're going to fix that. They're also going to throw the toe sticks on here to make sure that the car is tracking straight. But that's a pretty important piece down here because that would vibrate very bad. In fact, Ross did say there was already a vibration in the wheel and both with the hood as well. So they have to get more bare bond, more tape down on that to make sure that's down. This team has done an amazing job this year. Only 6 finishes outside the top 10 this year for Ross Chastain in this race team. And here in the spring, they were down 2 laps and still ran in the top 5 towards the end of it. But this one's going to be a tough one to recover from. Looks like the suspension is okay, but the body a little worse for the wear.
A lot of work being done on this car. And we go to our Peacock pit box. All right, KP, Brad, were you guys expecting this?
I was just getting ready to ask Brad the same thing. Yeah. Did you expect it to take this long? Because watching the first segment and into this one, it's been fantastic, out of control down here.
Exactly what I was thinking. I can't believe it took this long. You know, we're watching this, and we've talked about it all day long. It's like a super speedway race. You get the Daytona, Talladega, it gets towards the end of the day. But it's so condensed here, and these race cars are not handling great. As you see, you saw Martin Truex there. It was like somebody lifted his rear end up on that point in the corner, and it was just floating. So I'm surprised. Kim, what do you have for us?
Well, the 45 of Kurt Busch has had the least complaints today. He said the balance is pretty good. The left rear just a little draggy. The call is going to be 2 tires only and full of fuel. Dave?
Tyler Reddick running second will take a slow 2-tire stop. That is so they can get enough fuel in there to go as far as they want to go. Blaney will be fuel only, Marty.
Chase Elliott's been pretty happy with this race car. We'll see if those guys who pitted earlier have a bit of an advantage. Indeed, they do. They go around the 9 car. He loses a few spots. Not too bad. His teammate William Byron wins the race off pit road, Greg.
Yeah, close call for the 20 of Christopher Bell as well, coming off the pit road. But 5 spots gained by William Byron.
You're not happy? Me neither, really, right now. I mean, I think Kyle's going to be fine, Kyle Busch, but I don't know.
Minions, the Rise of Group, only in theaters.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels, 4 wheels, or no wheels. Let's ride!
Don't worry about it, this one's all me.
No.
I got the next one. So you rich now?
No, he's not rich. He's happy hour rich.
At 36 p.m. rich.
36 bucks rich. You guys got Joe. He's 36 balling.
Hey, Mr. 36, you drive a parked outside?
I think he's funny. We'll split the check, right?
Hitting the road, not all 5G networks are created equal. T-Mobile covers more highway miles with 5G than Verizon. T-Mobile has more 5G bars in more places than anyone. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
Look around. One of you 4 is a snake.
Your sense of people is way off.
One of these guys are a snake.
I know who it is.
Snake in the...
Is it just a word? It's about how you show up. Sometimes things don't go the way you planned to.
I'm not the one who's causing all the damage around here.
The only way we're gonna change Chicago is if we do it from the inside.
home internet. Now, we're making it even easier for you to save more with Mobile Plus Home Discount. Fios customers can get 5G unlimited, starting at $25 per line per month for 4 lines. Start saving now with Mobile Plus Home Discount. So gain more, watch more, and save more. Switch now. Add Verizon Wireless and add up your savings. Only on Verizon.
What better setting for the 150th Open than the old course at St. Andrews, birthplace of golf. Coverage of the Open Championship begins Thursday on USA and Peacock. All right, Steve, we both looked at each other and went, wait a second, is the 22 back on track?
Yeah, I mean, if you watch this 22 car, this looks like Rick's golf team right here. He's going to go up in the air. It's going to back at the fence. We say this right because, okay, he's in the wreck. I mean, the thing's got to be jumped. It was 3-4 feet in the air. The rear tire's up. Launched by the 18. And then we look out of our window here, and here was the 22 rolling off pit road.
Yeah.
It was shaking a little bit. So right there, it looks like the left rear toe link is broken, no doubt. But I believe they come to pit road and get it changed. And if they are able to pull this off, we talk about learning about the new car. That's an impressive move if the 22 is able to get that repaired and back on the racetrack. Junior, you know, we talked about the toe link being the weak part earlier in the year. These crews are figuring out, like, if that's what's going to break, we got to be able to change it. And, I mean, it's going straight now, so I assume they fixed it. Dave.
Austin Dillon just walked from the infield care center. Hard hit, dude. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. Thank the good Lord above. Actually, the hits weren't that bad at that impact. My belt got me pretty good near the groin there, but you know, unfortunately, our weight got our car better right there, and looked like we were just a casualty of Ross Chastain once again. Ooh, that was a pretty good lick there. But yeah, you know, we just got to keep on keeping on working each week to get better, to get victory lane. Thank Johnny Morris and all the guys.
Logano's able to keep going after going in the air. Yeah, that's crazy. It just, it really does go to show just how far they've advanced this next gen car.
You might as well have actually taken a different strategy sometimes, but
Like last year, that would have been like,
cars are hard to drive, and you got to make them drive better when it's hot like this. So I thought,
like his car probably would have been like fucking,
kind of making some headway.
like in 2 pieces.
Thanks, Austin. Glad you're okay, guys.
Back green.
The restart zone, and this time it's Harrison Burton in the 21 and Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in the 47. A couple names we haven't mentioned up front yet. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., this style of racing, he's been very good.
Yeah, these type of accidents in out these fields at races at Daytona and Talladega, and you start to see these guys start to move to the front. Big push. Coming to the back of that 47. Yeah, that 47 car's been on pit road twice earlier in the race with the hood up, so they've done a nice job. They're recovered all the way to the front. A couple Hendrick drivers teamed up on the inside, and they work together to try to put something together. And usually we see this inside line fade back, Jeff, but outside's been where it's at.
We see Ricky Stenhouse. You mentioned it. He's so good at these kind of racetracks. He's one of our favorites today. He's so good. Was leading this race late in the spring. Was leading the Daytona 500 late. And had troubles at both. He will be a factor the rest of the day, Marty.
Hey, for these guys who stayed out, including Harrison Burton, who was up front, and Ricky Stenhouse Jr., they think they can make it to the end of the stage. It's going to be interesting, guys, with a little extra caution. And Steve, you mentioned Stenhouse, all those stops on pit road. They went under the hood, adjusted the front springs on the 47 car twice. Clearly, they've gotten a lot better.
47 got a big run there around 1 and 2, a little separation. Burton decides to go with him, but now jumps to the outside. Side by side in the Wood Brothers Ford. Byron to the outside, jumps in that hole to push. Harrison Burton into the lead.
99 wins
Oh, now
to the nation. Wood Brothers has won 99 times. Who will give them their 100th win? Right now, fighting for the lead, Harrison Burton on the outside of William Byron.
Big push coming from his buddy Todd Gittleman. They grew up racing together since they were 6 years old. Now they're in the Cup Series working together for this lead.
Byron's got to feel like he's all alone down there trying to make this happen. Doesn't have much help. His teammate back there in the 9, Chase Elliott, jumped into the outside line now. Big big push on the outside. A lot of organization there. You see Ryan Blaney back there in the 12.
Yeah, Kyle Busch is falling way back.
24 right around the bottom, but
He's in
out there too
31st,
far
8
in front of
seconds
the
back.
47 Stenhouse on the inside line. They're going to drive right back by him down the front straightaway.
Harrison Burton getting a shove now from Gilliland. Back in 2017, the ARCA East Series champion, who's progressed up through Truck Series, into the Xfinity Series, and now into the Cup Series. Both drivers getting great experience up front here at Atlanta, Dave.
Rick, the crew chief for that black 38 is set bar. When I asked him this morning about coming to a track for the second time for young Todd Gilliland, he said, well, yeah, except it's so much hotter here. It's going to be completely different. We're just going to try to give him a good balanced race car. Now, remember, they pitted on lap 80. They'll try to get to the end of the stage. They're going to have to save Marty to make that happen.
And Dave, I did confirm with Brian Wilson, they do feel like in the 21 they can make it to the rest of the stage. You see how many laps to go there, 56 to go here in the stage for Harrison Burton. And how impressive is this for the young man out of Huntersville, North Carolina? Remember the Daytona 500 as William Byron tries to get the lead. He led so much of that race, ran up front. Harrison Burton in the lead here at Atlanta.
Looks like they're going to push the 24 back clear into the lead. The 21 of Burton, Gilliland, they just don't look like they're handling that well in that top groove. Slid up the track a little bit, 3 and 4, lost some momentum.
Yeah, I don't know if Harrison's sliding up there or intentionally going there, but really needs to be a little bit lower, more like that. I think that would work better for them.
Almost clear Stenhouse. Stenhouse back to the inside, a little side draft there, pulls him around, almost clear. Big push for the 38 in the back of Burton down the front straightaway.
Momentum stays with the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. Those two side by side for second. Interesting how William Byron and Chase Elliott got separated. Byron is now leading the race. Chase Elliott all the way back in about the 4th row of 2x2.
Greg, we mentioned a lot of guys that have been able to repair their cars. Kyle Busch.
Caution.
Yellow on the racetrack.
Oh, Chris Buescher has an issue.
Guys that were able to repair their cars. The 17 was in an accident much earlier on the backstretch. Different than our last yellow. Now he has another flat. Lower right front, it sounds like.
Yeah.
You have to ask yourself if that was damage earlier. Remember, he has been in an accident. I was going to update Kyle Busch. He was about 15 or 16 seconds behind the pack, barely keeping his car.
Yeah, that flat tire is actually doing some damage to his car.
The earlier wreck. Oh. You know, I say it looks like an easy hit. I don't think any of them are.
No, lower right front for Atlanta. It's not going to be an easy hit. He did a great job of getting slowed down to minimize it, but you can see it. You'll see how he got slowed down, but still some damage there, Steve, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. William Byron leading at Atlanta. Stenhouse Jr., Reddick, Harrison Burton, and Gilliland all in the top 5.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who honorably serve, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably serve and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
COVID-19. Some people get it, and some people can get it bad. And for those who do get it bad, it may be because they have a high risk factor, such as heart disease, diabetes, being overweight, asthma, or smoking. Even if symptoms feel mild, these factors can increase your risk of COVID-19 turning severe. So if you're at high risk and test positive, don't wait. Ask your healthcare provider right away if an authorized oral treatment is right for you.
Roger happy? It's the little things Carvana does. See, Roger wants to sell his car stat. Not Little things like getting a real offer in 2 minutes really make Roger happy. So does Carvana's customer advocate Caitlin, picking up his car at promptly 10 a.m.
Hi, are you Roger?
Further, with the Honda Accord? Yes, I am. It's right over there. Will I be getting...
And he loves that Caitlin pays him on the spot. Yeah, Raj, it's the little things that drive you happy. We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
Welcome to the high-octane life of USA's newest crew.
I'm Austin Dillon, Nascar driver. It's a lot of fun, but it's a lot more fun when you have family and friends. Have you ever paid a diaper? I watched. We just hope you can catch a diaper football. It's like the baby.
We're not blood, but we're still family.
Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane, Thursdays at 9:30 on USA.
NASCAR on USA is brought to you by Ford. Built Ford proud. Download America's loved free-to-play slots app. Visit goldfish-racing.com. And by Propane, the environmentally friendly energy for everyone. Looking at pictures of young Jeff Gordon, of course the King Richard Petty, and Wiki 1992. And it was the final race for the King. It was the first race for young Jeff Gordon, and it was a championship for Alan Kulwicki, the last real owner-driver championship. And this track has had so much history. We talked about it really almost from the very beginning of NASCAR. The legends racing here. It was the finale. So many championships for Dale Earnhardt Sr. And then the transformation in 1997.
Turned into this mile and a half we recognize today. And then, listen, there were some down years, right? We're down to a race for almost a decade. But then they come up with this idea to add the banking Marcus, the Smith family, and they have reimagined this. The fans have come back. Atlanta has just been around for so long. It's great to see this place kind of return to a prominent location in the schedule. The race in the spring was crazy, and we're only, 110 laps here in today, and it's already been, the action is just unbelievable on the racetrack.
What a great job that the Smith family has done. Marcus, the changes they've made and what they've done for the fans here.
I'm going to check the radar, see how everything is looking.
It's really been...
I think we'll be good at the end. At this point, it looks like...
And we haven't even reached the halfway point yet, Dave.
And Rick, there was a time at Atlanta Motor Speedway and everywhere on the Cup circuit when drivers could talk to each other, but those days are gone. These days, they talk to each other through their spotters.
No rain.
Listen to the communication to Tyler Reddick.
Just so you're aware, 47 was good with everything. Just have to be careful on pushing into 3. That's his loosest point.
Yeah, we're not going to have any rain. We're good at the end.
So Stenhouse to Reddick, please don't push too much going into turn 3. All done through the spotters, Marty.
Boy, Dave, it seems like it's been a fight for the top. William Byron just took the top at the choose. It was a conversation on the radio a moment ago between he and Rudy Fugle.
Just built a lot of energy down the straightaway. Almost be better in the corner, hold even, but I don't know if it's better just side draft or just run the lane, it seems. Yeah, for sure, but I think you, as strong as you are on the top with the right help, I don't think the bottom can survive. That's just, yeah, I agree. You're trying to play the lane game in the on corner entry, because if they get to your left rear, they can snag it, and it worked out good there.
There you go, Steve. So the crew chief and the driver working together to choose the top line here. We'll see if William Byron is right, that will be the lane that has the momentum on this restart.
Rick, why this is important is we talked about this track being relatively new. And every one of these restarts is kind of a dress rehearsal, right? Because I'm confident, you mentioned we're not halfway, 149 to go. We are going to see many more restarts. So it's a little, where do you want to be, where you need to be. We see the 18 back on pit road. It's going to be a long afternoon. I think this car has
God damn it, man.
Damage. And NASCAR called him back for, I guess, unapproved equipment, so they had some sort of issue. But, these restarts are all dress rehearsal. What do you need later, right? What do you need from the spotter? What lane do you want to be in? Who pushes where? What's a good guy to have behind you? So,
Steve, also, we just heard Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Reddick talking to each other through the spotters. Well, Stenhouse picked the bottom, and Reddick went with him. So they feel like they're going to continue to work together well here. They like that pairing.
All right, green flag.
Outside, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. on the inside. You mentioned Tyler Reddick right behind the 47. Flip flaps coming up. massive amount of air that is being kicked up in the air by the spoiler here. Interesting, we mentioned Jeff Gordon in his first race and that paint scheme by William Byron in the 24, looking pretty familiar out front here at Atlanta.
Interesting to watch it, though. He's going to probably have to choose between defending one line or the other down the back straightaway here. On his radio, he said he liked that top line. Sees that 47 car getting information from the spotter about which lane's coming. Dives in front of it.
2 wins for William Byron, but after that, there's quite a few winless drivers that are running up here in the top 10 right now. Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Harrison Burton up there, Todd Gilliland.
See, now the inside lane looks like it's better because the outside lane's not really organized. See, no real push to that 21 car. Christopher Bell trying to push Gilliland, but just not getting out that inside lane.
Yeah, they're all, looks like everybody's down to the bottom of the racetrack here. We got a car, Kyle Busch, out in front of the leaders.
Run into that 18, not looking correct, so
You three are clear. You three are
trying to stay
clear.
clear.
All right, Kyle, just call it a day.
There you go.
Listening in on the 47, communication tap Boyd there.
Still down there, 18. Clear. 8 is clear. You three are clear. To the 24, I'm completely okay with Rossi going wherever he wants. I think bottom's better for me.
And Stenhouse telling the spotter to communicate back to the 24. Dave just said, communicating to the spotters.
24, he's good with whatever, wherever he wants to go. He prefers the bottom. 10-4, I'll tell him.
That'll be interesting if what we have seen earlier in the race where the moves were made on the high side, if they can continue that, if these two decide to go to the bottom of the racetrack.
All good. 8 with you. 45 with him.
Look at the 12, Blaney to the top of the racetrack trying to get to the outside there. Kurt Busch, he's going to be able to do it. Kurt has nobody anywhere near him on the bottom. Blaney's going to take this run here and try to do that all over again when he can get to the outside of that 8 car. And that's when it might move these guys off the bottom of the racetrack when they see the pace coming in that high line.
Looks like to be the 21 and the 38. Just aren't very quick up there. That's kind of got that outside line checked up a little bit. Everybody's going to that bottom.
Eric Jones in the 43, just behind those two that you mentioned. He was in the wall a little bit earlier in this race. As these 4 trying to separate themselves. And now up to the middle of the racetrack morning.
Sam, did you see they removed the word Chicagoland in the clip where Kyle Busch did the crybaby celebration? I did not see that, but
And the packs are in smaller bites. An example of that is what you've heard on the radio the last few moments. You know, Dave made the report.
That's kind of petty, though.
Stenhouse working together. You heard the radio conversation a moment ago. So the packs and groups are a little bit smaller, and I think that's what makes it a little more manageable here in Atlanta because the moves are so much quicker, Jeff.
Well, smaller, and you can see handling matters, Marty. You can see right now Stenhouse stuck in the middle. He's got his hands full. People are trying to take advantage of him. Not where you want to be in the middle. So, yes, it kind of looks like Daytona Talladega, but the handling is nowhere near as good at this racetrack as it is at those. You can see it affecting Stenhouse.
Look how quickly the plan went away for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. He said, hey, tell the 24 I can run the bottom. Well, he was able to run the bottom for about 2 laps, and now he shuffled all the way back outside the top 10.
And by chance or by luck, Bowman allows him in, or he got a little thing. Oh, Bowman's got to turn left and right. Everything happens so much quicker on this 1.5 miles. It doesn't look anything like Daytona or Talladega out the window here on TV. The moves, the lefts, the rights, everything's more abrupt.
One thing I noticed in that 47 car, Steve, how
That's so petty.
the racetrack, they're really aggressive with their set.
I don't know why. Like, that's just so lame.
Right now, Marty.
And Stenhouse just came on the radio, said, I have absolutely no grip. They're blowing our doors off. He said, I wouldn't ride behind me right now either. Evil right now behind the wheel of that 47.
Foil of Joy right there. Thought his day was getting ready to be over because the 47 needed the track.
Not even close.
Look, watch that 47 car. Every time it hits a bump, how much more aggressively it moves around.
I mean, I know he did, but everybody else has way more grip than we do. Even this one with damage is to my inside now.
Getting a little play-by-play, and you hear the frustration, and I hear what he's saying. He's trying to be constructive, but he's like, man, how can we not be good enough? He knows he can speedway race. Why is this happening to us?
Verizon Frontline is built for those we all rely on. Built to prioritize first responders. Built for extreme conditions. Built for America's most reliable 5G network. Because when seconds count and lives are on the line, the people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
We get out. Fired up. Hook big ones. We get out and rip it. We track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew and get out and do.
What's up, Dad? Hi, Cheryl. What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Pain used to keep me from what
Also, Astros lost to last place in the NL, who has .344 of 500. What does that mean?
Did I tell you I bought our car from Carvana? Yeah, what? It was so easy. I found the perfect car. Under budget, too. And I get 7 days to love it or my money back. I love it. I thought online meant no one to help me, but Susan from Carvana had all the answers. She didn't try to upsell me, not once, because they're not salespeople. Where do you guess who just checked in on me? Susan from Carvana.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
To go to the heart of stock car racing, you'll need to go to the heart of stock car.
Oh, 344 is their record. All right. That's what I thought you meant, but you were kind of confused me when you said out of 500, because it's out of 1,000.
And adults can be too. NASCAR's most entertaining weekend is about to show you how it earned its name. You just need to show up to see it for yourself. Get your tickets now at mispeedway.com.
Wednesday, 9 a.m. Eastern, it's NBC Sports on Sirius XM. NASCAR Radio Channel 90 this week. Dale Jarrett joined the crew. He's done it. And Mike Backen, Bagman, on morning drive. Again, that's 9 a.m. NBC Sports on Sirius XM.
What's interesting now is we ride along Denny Hamlin, watching him go backwards. The whole front and back here is organized to run in a line, single file in the middle of the racetrack. Denny has been trying to make moves to the bottom with no help, nobody going with him, and he continues to lose spots.
I heard the RPMs there. The car just came up behind him and gave him a little shove, but he was running wide open.
See Chase now making a move. He sees nobody behind him. He can take a risk here, maybe go for a few spots, but get a little help from his teammate.
And what he's hoping to be able to do is just jump some guys, drive underneath Eric Jones, that 43 car, clear him, and then jump up in front of him. And then if you can just one car at a time get yourself back to the front. That was an old Daytona.
The A's beat us, and a Rangers fan made a joke, and an Astros fan retaliated with, "Didn't we beat y'all this year?" And he used cheating scandal as a comeback. Oh my god. The cheating scandal, like, anybody who uses the cheating scandal anymore, it's so stupid. Like, that thing is 3 years old. It's 3 years old. Get over it. They're not cheating anymore. Clearly they're, still good, Part of me is now kind of, like, wondering if they actually did deserve that 2017 World Series title. Because for a long time I didn't believe they deserved it, but now I kind of do, because they're actually still really good.
better check your fantasy lineup.
We talked a lot about passing on the bottom. Well, this red, white, and blue #1 jockey-sponsored car by Chastain. Tape all over the front nose, but you better pay attention. He goes up the racetrack every corner. He's made a couple moves by jumping to the right rear quarter panel, and as soon as he gets there, guys, it's like game over. That's almost a free position. So, you know, you're kind of protecting left, but you really have to pay attention to the right as well.
Got a few updates coming. We'll start with Kim.
And Kurt Busch riding in that third position. I talked to him this morning, and he said despite the track changes, this is still one of his most confident circuits, and that's because he has wins here with 3 different manufacturers and 3 different teams. Right now, his major complaint just a little bumpy on the right front. Marty.
Yeah, it's hard to believe that Toyota has not won in Atlanta in 9 years. Kyle Busch, 2013 was their last win. Christopher Bell might be the guy who could deliver it this afternoon. Been such a solid day for Bell, who is so good at this type of racing. Been very quiet on the radio too, Dave. Stalking back there. Christopher Bell, keep an eye on.
Marty, you know, engineers have to trust the data. And Jonathan Hassler, the crew chief for the 12 car, Brian Blaney, told me this morning, we were good in March. Actually, we were good with what the weather will be today. So they didn't change anything, believing that that would be the way to go. So far, it has been. Blaney's been very fast. One thing they agree on right now, don't use the bottom. They've been talking about it on the radio.
Right now, and a team that the Rangers own.
Only taking one spot at a time, right? Don't go for more.
Oh, I
Get
know.
fouled, drag one car, pull that car back, create a hole in front of
Fucking
you,
dumbass.
and then take the spot.
So what is he looking at? He's looking.
That dude is like the cringiest dude I've ever seen on the internet.
And is there space to go? So watch what he does to Harrison Burton. He turns left. He's able to go to the bottom of the racetrack, takes the shortest way around, boom, pop right in front of him. He's going to try to do that all the way to the front of this field. But he's got to have space, Junior. He's got to have, like, Blaney's got to be away from the 20. If there's Blaney stays close to the 20, then there's no place for him to go.
Yeah, you have to be patient to make that move. Oh, we got a little smoke there in the back. Car spinning out of control off the turn, too.
Ooh, who's that? That's Briscoe. Chase Briscoe's around.
Here, no damage. Get it fired up, roll when you can.
I think we only have 24 laps to go in stage 2. Yes, so not long.
Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the smoke.
14 was running 14.
Look at his next vid after the one he said.
Turn number 2 gets it going the right direction. He'll try to lift back to pit road. You see a lot of that right side coming off now.
Yeah, oh man.
I wonder if he had a flat tire early, guys, in that.
Crush panel or something out of it. Just try and go slow here. It's starting to shred the right rear. Go slow and shred the right rear.
That's a lot of damage, Steve.
That is a ton of damage. And that's just what we can see. We showed earlier the whole underbody, you know, and how sensitive it is. If you look at the back of this car again, you see the diffuser, and very important for that all to stay sealed. It's all torn up. Let's take a look from the 11 of Denny Hamlin. See exactly. You mentioned flat. You mentioned smoke. I mean, you know, it's hard to say if the tire's up or not, but he's definitely kind of by himself spinning out. It looks like it would be maybe a soft tire or a flat tire, or he just loses it. Hard to say.
Either way, yeah. A lot of damage to the bottom of that car, and at a track where, I mean, they're aero dependent everywhere with that diffuser. Maybe they're more so here than most tracks. Maybe we'll have a hard time with no quarter panel.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
All right, Rick. So pits are open. Everybody can think to the end of the stage, but this is a little bit of a pit one window to the end of the race. So I don't think the leaders, some of the top 10 are going to pit because you're going to get those stage points.
Mickey Mouse statue.
You don't think you're going to get stage points?
Dude, the whole Mickey Mouse thing is so fucking stupid. Like, anybody who says Mickey Mouse champion, like anybody who says Mickey Mouse win or Mickey Mouse championship, like you're just a joke. Like,
description I've never heard. He called it pedestrian. I guess that means not very good.
like I understand what the whole Mickey Mouse title thing is from. It all started back in 2020, back when they played the NBA Finals in Disney World, and they played the NBA playoffs, NBA Finals in Disney World, and they had like kind of a shortened season, and then the Lakers won the title, so they called it a Mickey Mouse title because it was played in Disney World, and they just wanted to call it like a cheap title. But it wasn't a cheap title. Like, if you like if you win a championship under the same rules as everybody else, then how can you call it cheap, you know?
It's my turn.
It's like everybody else played the same amount of games, everybody else played the, like, you can't call that cheap.
For this, but getting that, and so much more. More 5G bars in more places, more savings, so your family saves 20% versus the other guys. And we won't raise the price of your rate plan with our price lock guarantee. Get more with T-Mobile. More 5G coverage, more savings, and
But the Astros 2017 title was a fucking shitty title because they cheated to win it, you know? And, you know, I'm glad, or I don't think you are at least, what about, you don't seem like one of those Astros fans who try to defend what they did. Like, I don't like those Astros fans who try to defend the cheating. Like, no, it's not right to cheat. But at the same time, I also don't like the people who just keep bringing it up. Like, don't defend them, but don't keep bringing it up.
Thank you, kids. The name's Clark. I sell construction equipment, the American working man. Is that who I am? That's who I care about.
Travel down to Clarky's to get a machine.
My parents can always check my glucose levels just by looking at their cell phones.
I share my numbers with my wife and my daughter. And if I'm out in the yard working or busy, she'll come out and tell me, hey, you're going too low. I'm working hard. It makes me feel good that they're watching me.
Are you ready to fall in love? New Summer's Eve Spa. Our richest, silkiest...
Like, here would be a real Mickey Mouse championship. Like, I would actually, like, if somebody, like, let's say the Lakers only had to play 30 games, but everybody else had to play 82 games. And then it was all just based on winning percentage. And then, you know, the Lakers won, like, 20 of those 30 games, had a really good winning percentage, and then won the title. Like, that would be a legitimate Mickey Mouse championship because they're not playing under the same rules as everybody else. So, yeah, that would be a Mickey Mouse title, not this bullshit that everyone says.
Today, hometown to Chase Elliott, Father Awesome Bill, and Rutledge Wood is there with City View.
Rick, I'm here inside the Dawsonville pool room. Folks are hanging out. They're enjoying.
So, Winvel, what's your, like, what's your list of passions? Is NASCAR second on your list or third?
From 4 to 88, and there's history everywhere you look. In the walls here, I told them I wanted the Kyle Petty, so they made me a cheeseburger, and they're going to curl my hair a little bit more later. Pretty exciting when you come here, but I tell you what, if Chase wins, we're going to get my truck out, start that siren a little bit later. Fingers crossed here, Rick.
So, Rick, we had a conversation about how do you pronounce it? Because it's a siren in my world.
Well, I will get a lot of heat on social media because in Dawsonville, they call it the siren. And then I, coming from Nebraska, would call it siren. But, you know, I think it's just whichever you prefer.
I just wanted all of it deflected back on you, Rick. So I wasn't going to take it. No, I was going to take no shots of what I called it.
Hand out the window there for Chase Elliott. Again, the winner of stage number 1 and currently running in 6th position. Get a few updates before we get back to green. We'll start with Dave.
And talking about the green number 8 of Tyler.
Yeah, that would be a Mickey Mouse trophy, but
Right. Do they go lefts next time? Hard to say. Randall Burnett's called a
or like if they made it easier for one person, like
pretty good. That's what you like to hear on a hot day in Atlanta.
Like it's only a Mickey Mouse trophy if you're not playing by the same rules as everyone else.
Now they're doing it in stage 2. As it goes green, they told Alex, wait until Hamlin comes into play, and then make your move. He currently runs in the 7th position, Marty.
Welcome back to the top 10, Ross Chastain. Yes, the same Ross Chastain who was in the wall earlier and had that accident with Martin Truex Jr. They've got the car mostly fixed. They're a little bit worried about some of that tape staying on. It is coming up in some spots, but as the choose comes, see, we've talked about the recovery for this team. You know, here in March, they were down 2 laps, came back and finished in the top 10. So today, that looked like a lot of damage, but once again, they have found a way back into the top 10.
Yeah, it might be a little draggy if you were leading the line, but he's able to run in the pack. We talked about that big spoiler and the air that, you know, the hole it punches, that's helping this car. You see on the left-hand side, the variety. I mean, it's a who's who and a what's what of pit strategy. When you're on pit road, how many tires you took. The important thing is I don't think tires matter as much as
when you're on pit road, don't think of it as laps on your tires like other places. Think about it as fuel in the tank. That's the most important part. These guys are all strategizing to have the correct amount of fuel or the most fuel on the last stop. You want to be on pit lane as little time as possible once you're in that last fuel window. Get your guy to the front, get a nice cold Coke, sit back, and cheer your driver on, because there's not much you're going to be able to do from the top of the pit box after that.
Steve, you continue to educate yourself as well as all the fans, but these guys coming on, say, lap 138, they could come again at the end of the stage, but they don't have to take as much fuel, so it's a lot shorter on pit road.
Simple. Look at it like this. 40-something laps, let's call it about 6.5 seconds less fuel they need. So they in theory, can save 6 seconds on a pit stop if they only want to take 2 tires. The 18 damage continuing to get worse.
All right, green flag.
Starts William Byron and
Yeah, Kyle Busch just needs to park it. He needs to call it a day. I'm sorry, man. You just need to call it a day.
a lot of pushing going on now.
What kind of race, Rick, will we see to the finish here as they were all organized in a line, very comfortable and happy to be racing in a line with no big moves, but now side by side throughout the field and points on the line at the end of this stage.
A little bit of side drafting there as the 8 moves up, but the 24 of William Byron easily surging ahead. And Byron back out in front of the field. Now he'll decide which line he wants to choose to stay in front of. Right now, Kurt Busch with a little bit of run. He stays in front of Kurt until they get into the turn. Then he dives down to the bottom of the racetrack in front of Tyler Reddick.
And he shut both those lanes down doing that move right there. Now we're looking on.
You have not had a lucky night last night. What happened?
Straightaway big push from the 20 car down into turn 3. Kurt Busch is pretty good position on this corner exit here to maybe make a move. The inside line is now separated.
Momentum top.
Yep, the top momentum's coming.
Top here, 45. One off you, big shove from the 12. Now bottom gets a big shove. 45 all the way to you. Half off you bottom. Half off you bottom. You broke the momentum, 3/4. Just you and the 8 single file. Half to 3/4 off you. 45 half off him. Got a big shove going inside to the 8. Block the bottom. Block the bottom. 1.5 to 2 to both. Stove to both. 1.5 to 2 to both.
Brandon
Top
Lyons.
shot majority. Top shot majority.
Man, listen to that stuff. He goes up the list of good spotters.
Local team hasn't found a win in about a month. Baseball lost to the last place A's, and it seems like my local team's U23 team won't get the playoffs, and it's 21 points in first out of 8 teams. That sucks, and we're 6th.
We see the battle for the lead. He honed his skills on the short tracks, and he's worked himself here by the work that he did. He is a very good spotter. Marty.
Hey, Jeff, here Brandon Lyons saying shoot them both, meaning kind of block both lanes, play the middle. That's what they did. Talked to Reedy Fugel this morning. He said, I'm going to do everything I can to control this race. But Tyler Reddick now trying to control the race.
Tyler Reddick takes the lead.
Down the back straightaway, some drafting help from the 12.
Tyler Reddick wants back-to-back wins. Has anybody ever won their first 2 races back-to-back?
A little bit more, not allowed that 8 to get to that quarter panel on the top. Steve, you mentioned it. If they get to that right rear, it's over. Guys are starting to learn that more and more, and I expect this line to get higher and higher, especially for the lead car. Look where the 8's running now.
And Dale, if I'm on your pit box, I think you know that, but I'm not assuming it. We're going to have this conversation in this stage break, right? If you haven't seen it, this is what's happening. You've been up here hoping you're seeing it, but maybe it didn't happen to you, or maybe you just haven't been in the right spot at the right time. So we're having that conversation about how...
This morning you just turned off the... You stared at the turned off TV in pain. I feel that.
Up to the inside now of Blaney. Chase Elliott.
I feel that on a personal level.
See the corners, it's just shorter way around the racetrack on the bottom.
Jaden!
The straights, this long line, just such an advantage aerodynamically. William Byron's going to make some ground up in the corner.
Jaden! Jaden!
Listen to the 10 car, American Amarola.
They told Ross that we were frustrated.
Jaden!
Pushing us, but he's like, I'm just doing all I can, you know. He's a median, and he knows it. It's 10-4.
10-4.
We'll be fine. He better hope I don't see him in food.
Jaden, go to Daytona. Go to Daytona in the
There you have it.
go to the regular season finale, or go to Homestead. Go to one of those races,
Look at the move right here.
So Food Lion's the place.
Apparently that's
or go to the Daytona 500 next year.
groceries and friends.
Once again, the movement by the 24, very slight, but he still is just inching closer and closer. As now the 9 comes down to
The Bulls won 13-0 versus Memphis Redbirds.
Inside of Ryan Blaney for second.
Big push in the back of that 12 car. Not enough. I'm just hoping that push is big enough to really make that 8 have to defend hard.
That bottom line's gotten longer and longer. Look how many cars are in it now.
All right, so guys, my anxiety is pegged. If I'm not a top 12 car right here, I'm coaching. Let's get out of here. Stage end, points are rewarded. We're not getting any. Let's not end our day in these last 9 laps having these guys wreck in front of us. I know that's unpopular to kind of give up on a stage, but if you can't reach the top 10, just get out of the mix.
Yeah, the difference is you don't put a helmet on in a pit box, and when you put that helmet on, the blood gets squeezed, and you don't think straight, Steve.
That's why I'd be on the radio loud, making sure you heard me.
These guys, man, they are racing for points, and there's an opportunity. Look, William Byron, he jumped on the outside of him.
Yeah, way off the pace there, and now Kurt Busch had to move up to the high side to avoid him, and he's trying that high line to get by for the 5th position. He'll take it away as William Byron dropping back.
On the 12, looking around here. Thought he was trying to maybe go to the bottom, take some momentum off the nose of that 9 car and go to the bottom here. They're going to have a big push, Jeff. Watch this. Oh, the 9 says no. I'm going to take the spot. He's got his teammate Bowman with him down to the inside here.
Big run by Chase Elliott as he gets right up to the...
All right, shit's getting weird now. Shit's getting weird now.
So Bowman's in a bad position here. Chase has got another run. Some help from the 12. Where does he go? He tries to go to the bottom.
Coming up on 6 laps to go here in stage 2. Once again,
Chase Elliott to the lead, and the crowd roars.
No doubt they...
No doubt they love the Elliott. It's part of the country.
Car in the bottom. Now Blaney went down there. Stage still nosed out, but no help. Blaney nosed out now. Only go 5 more. 8 has the 45. 8 nosed out, no help though.
Eddie Hahn's the spotter. There's a pretty big lead right there, but now it's back to a comfortable lead to defend.
You're starting to see some new players too. Yeah, the 6 of Brad Keselowski right there. Harrison Burton back in the mix. You got the 7 of LaJoy, the 20 of Bell.
I love seeing that 6 up there. I got him in my fantasy lineup this week. I thought he'd take some risks today.
See right there, Blaney in that 12 car, he saw a hole in the outside and he took it. He felt like he was going to get stuck on the bottom. Didn't want to be leading that bottom line. He still, if he gets a run, he can make a move and have some guys behind him, but he was afraid he was just going to go backwards.
4 to go.
My anxiety is now calming a little bit. They're a little more organized.
Oh, you are foolish. That's such a tough decision.
Dale stopped himself.
Should I make this move? He knows if he makes it and it doesn't work, he's going to lose spots.
That's right. That's why they're hesitant to do anything other than stay in line. They're going to sit there and wait. Look at that 7 car way up the racetrack. Corey gets into the ground a little bit. Car bouncing a little bit. Has to get out of the gas. No help behind him as he's losing some positions. Look where Byron's at now, having been stuck on the bottom for all this time.
Just dangerous going by it.
Somebody dove to the inside here. Bowman. He's going to get a little help from the 20, though. Man, he's so glad to see that. Look at the 8 car trying to get to the right rear-quarter panel of the 9 up front. Kurt Busch to the inside.
Yep, Kurt Busch in the 45 making the move for second now with just 2 laps to go here in stage 2.
Bowman squeezes into the outside line. Keselowski 3 wide into turn 1.
What a run. The 6 of Brad Keselowski, driver-owner for RFK Racing, has moved his way up into the 2nd position.
Big run right here by the 8. Didn't really have anything you could do with it. Brad Keselowski on the bottom.
Oh, trouble! Bowman's around! And the caution's out. Jesus, Bowman. Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, I think I can real quick change my...
A lot of cars. That's I think the first one, Steve, that we saw today with the of right rear tire failures, and why is that happening?
So that's absolutely right. A lot of them in the spring. This is the same tire combination Goodyear brought. As you see the 48 stuck with two left sides. NASCAR will help him get back to pit road. He might lose a lap, but he won't be out of the race. So back to your point, Junior, same tire combination. The team's much smarter than they were in March. You know, they've been to a lot of different racetracks, but the conversation is we start to see cars that are driving really well and actually have pretty good speed fail tires the most. So the question mark is that aero load.
All right, so Chase Elliott wins stage 2.
Opinions in the end, we now see the 48. Chase Elliott goes on to win the stage. Crowd goes wild again, right?
So Steve, we see that now later in the race, and that could be an issue going forward because the pace is picking up in these cars. They're all more.
I think Bowman's done.
Yeah, we also have
Or maybe they're trying to just give him a push.
At 95, so over 65 laps on these tires. I don't know if that's contributing. Something to keep in mind, though, is it's obvious a flat right rear tire on the 48.
He goes around.
He just went around by himself. Yeah, that was a flat tire.
Oh, hey. Buying a car from Vroom is so easy. All you need is a phone and a finger. Just go to vroom.com, scroll through thousands of cars, then tap to buy. That's it. No sales speak, no wasted time. Just straight up great cars. Right from your phone to your driveway. Go to vroom.com and pick your favorite. Oh yeah, she digs it. Buy your car on vroom.com. Vroom. Get in.
Premium cotton, grown and sewn in America. The new Jockey Made in America tee is the most comfortable t-shirt you'll ever wear. Just know that you're supporting American workers who craft the comfort Americans have trusted since 1876. Remember, there's only one jockey.
It's a good thing you bundled your home, auto, and RV insurance with Progressive. You save money and you get round-the-clock protection.
So don't worry, it's all under control. That's cool, we'll finish up here. That's why you go to the restroom before the movie starts.
Get epic protection for your Dominion with Progressive.
In the future, everything will be powered by renewable energy. But it's not as easy as flipping a switch. It's a long road, requiring decades of time and trillions of dollars. But what if there was a better direction on the path to zero carbon emissions? An energy source that's available right now, that's affordable, plentiful, and environmentally friendly. There is, and it's propane. Get the facts at propane.com/now.
At Universal Studios Hollywood, we test everything to make the best day in LA.
I-Rex versus T-Rex.
Verified. Let yourself wow.
Best day ever.
Dawsonville Pool Room happy to see Chase Elliott sweeping the stages. He won stage 1, just won stage 2. And the field making their way onto pit road. We get ready for stage 3. Kim.
And you'll see Brad Keselowski in the 6. He said, I'm not handling good, but I'm not handling bad. Said, make no changes. The call's going to be 4 tires. They reminded Brad we will literally be waiting on gas. Dave?
Tyler Reddick has taken 2 tires all day long. He skids through his pit stop, so he's got to come back a little bit. It'll be 4 here. Marty sets him up for 2 later.
Dave, it's been a perfect race for the hometown hero Chase Elliott, trying to get his first ever Atlanta win. His dad Bill won 5 races here. He said the balance is really good when I'm out front. A long stop there, especially on the left rear. He's back in traffic, which he will be now. Car too tight.
Saw the race off pit road. A lot of guys, no tires, overshooting your pit for Tyler Reddick. Big mistake on pit road.
Sonic Summer Snacks. New items every month, all summer long. The Sonic Summer Snacking Menu, starting at $1.49, only in the Sonic app.
Sam Reed, for fuck's sakes. Oh, sorry. Sports 1 to 10 is NASCAR, soccer, college sports, baseball, hockey, tennis, golf. You actually like golf? I didn't know you liked golf.
Breasttree gives you better breathing, symptom improvement, and helps prevent flare-ups.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
If you have COPD, ask your doctor about Breasttree.
For my dad, technology is a struggle.
Turn off the light!
Oh, I shouldn't have clicked on that. Since Toyota gave fans the opportunity, I came up with the solution to all his problems. Oh yeah, I can take care of this. Maybe I should have read some reviews on Denny first.
What will you design? Enter for a chance to win. Sponsorfire.com.
Love your work, Denny.
So much action continuing on USA throughout the season. 9 of the next 11 Cup Series races will be right here on USA. Of course, pre- and post-race shows on USA for those races, as well as the Xfinity Series races. 10 of the next 11 Xfinity Series races on USA. I want to check in with Peacock Pit Box, KP and Brett.
Kyle, so last time we were here, we saw a lot of tires go down. White Bear tires go down. We just saw our first one. Does that give you any angst?
A little bit, because that was a long segment. You know what I mean? And we look at segment 2, and now we're headed into that final 100 laps, 90-some laps. And this is when you've got to make something happen. You've got to be a little bit freer. You've got to make something happen on the racetrack. So we're going to see a little bit more. So I don't want to think that.
Yeah.
But I have to say, this reminds me of the screen.
You know, just a little bit. And also,
You watch the Masters and that is all. Yeah, it's usually pretty much all anyone watches. Or if Tiger's playing. Like if Tiger's playing, you're probably going to end up watching it, but...
He has driven that car back into maybe not contention to win, but contention for points.
All right, Rick, Ross for boss.
Well, Ross Chastain has consistently had top 10 finishes all season long. He's been one of the best.
He has, and unfortunately, one driver we were going to have circled for today. Brad, look away. I don't want you to see this next shot, but the 47 has gone to the garage area. We're hearing motor issues, perhaps.
Stenhouse is done.
We'll get an official word, but you see the helmet on the roof and the driver get out. I just know this is disappointing because Stenhouse, known as such a good drafter. Unfortunate situation. We were also showing the 6 of Brad Keselowski. He had an issue on this pit stop for interference.
Yeah, your golf schedule's related to Tiger's schedule. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how a lot of people are. Like, if Tiger's playing, I'm watching. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck. You know?
Leaked into the 41. So right here, watch this guy in the right front. It leads this direction. You're looking over here. That right there is the 41 stall, and you see the tire changer then fall. That's interfering with another man. You can't play defense, Rick. You can have a good bad stop, but there's no defense on pit road.
I was going to say, there's defense on the racetrack. We've seen it all race long.
And also, guys, Kyle Busch, he was the first car lap down when that caution came out, so now he is back in the lead lap. Car is obviously damaged, but anything can happen at this race.
A lot more tape on the left front of the 18, and he was the benefactor of the free pass. Now it's Cindric up front.
All right, going back green. Fuck you, Cindic.
Making up row 1. Cindric on the outside, Almirola on the inside. Final stage underway at Atlanta. Jerry Jones at the 43. Giving Cindric a shove.
Once again, some new players in front of the field. First time these cars have been up there. They don't really know how the car is going to drive in clean air. Cindric, remember, early in the race, fell all the way back. Last place, car driving horrible.
Heavy GMS, both your cars out here.
What is my top 10 sports? Well, I mean, you know what I think about NASCAR. I don't think NASCAR is a sport, but if you would consider NASCAR a sport, I'd put it at number 1, then baseball, then basketball, then football, then probably hockey, and then after that, I just don't really give a fuck, honestly.
When you hear Denny Hamlin get out of the gas right before he hits the back bumper of the 42.
Dave. And remember the pedestrian car he talked about earlier? He doesn't like the high line. He says I get too loose when I'm up there. So I don't think they've got it fully corrected yet on the red, white 11.
Last yellow was for the 48. Bounced over that flat tire. We saw him assisted back to pit road. Well, they now are officially out of the race. Oh, the clock expired as we saw a big movement right there at the 42. Denny finally was like, I have nothing to
86 degrees in Hampton. Would soccer be after hockey? Yeah, probably. Just because, yeah, I'd probably say soccer after hockey because there's nothing I could think of, like, you know, before, like, after hockey, there's no other sport that really comes before that than soccer. Soccer's cool, it's just I don't really care about it. And then after that, I literally just wouldn't even have a ranking.
Organization, you know, we don't talk a whole lot about. Joey Hand in the car at times, Priest in the car at times, doing a great job as we see the 43 takes the lead away from Cindric.
Oh, big crash!
And there's the 15 involved.
Oh man, that's the big one. The big one happened. The big one happened. The big one happened. Oh no. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I guess I could then say golf, but it's like literally I don't even care about golf in the slightest bit, except for if Tiger is playing.
Grill opening. Oh, big damage on William Byron, that right front. Such a fast car today.
It's a big crash.
Now listen, I said big damage. I'm almost going to take that back. We have seen the one car, I'm going to call it similar damage, maybe not as much in the front, but the fenders and stuff, and they taped it up, and it was great. So we're just going to have to see. It looks like that right front shaking around a little bit. I can't tell if it's flat or has a broken toe link. We'll take a look. How did it happen here, guys? The look.
Oh, the 15 gets out of shape, out of the gas. Nobody has anywhere to go. I don't know if the 15 might have had a flat entering the corner. It looked like he was having some type of an issue and out of the throttle.
I didn't even realize Kyle Busch was back on the lead lap. This is going to help him out a lot because he missed that crash, so.
Lifting, wiggling, out of the throttle. And this is a super speedway type of event where if a guy's lifting like that, you've got nowhere to go. You see everybody piling in.
Yeah, but it's one of them super speedway wrecks.
Having a good day early. He's got a little damage. That wiggle right there, just Kyle Larson couldn't see that. He had no idea that problem was going on. Right in the back of Ty Dillon.
RWR is stupid.
He is so stupid sometimes.
He is so stupid sometimes.
I don't know if I agree. I think when the 15's wiggling loose out of the gas, and them guys can't, you know, they can't go anywhere. I mean, the 42's getting run over. Ty Dillon.
Yeah, Pittsburgh Racing.
Really had nowhere to go to be able to avoid the 15.
Who is involved in the crash? William Byron, Ty Dillon, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, whoever that is in the 15. I think that's Cody Ware. Who else did I see that was involved? Oh, Bubba was involved.
He's behind this 10 car. You're going to see this.
I think that was it.
Line, the pink 15 right behind him. Goes down in the corner. I mean, listen, so did the 42, well, did the 42 make contact to hit the 15? Yes. But the 15 was absolutely not at pace.
I think McDowell got involved a little bit.
The same thing you drivers thought, that the 15 had an issue. If it was a handling issue, then I can't put that on Ty Dillon. I mean, that is a huge...
So William Byron's done, so there goes my pick. Here's my win pick going back to the garage, so he's going to be done for the race.
So with Geico, we can easily bundle home.
51 is Cody. Here's the 15.
Yeah, home, car, motorcycle, all bundled together. Just like that breakfast burrito.
So
oh, Garrett Smithley, yeah.
Yeah, metaphorically, yeah.
Carnita.
Just chicken. Just give me a bunch of chicken.
Ooh, bacon?
Oh, wait, there isn't too much hot sauce, is there? I have a sensitive palate.
I actually like hot sauce. Can I get chips?
How about guacamole?
I don't really know what we're talking about.
James Davison is 15. No, sometimes he's in the 15, but this week it's Garrett Smithley.
Get ready for world-class speed and Southern charm. USA's newest reality series, Austin Dillon's Life in the Fast Lane. Thursdays at 9:30 p.m. only on USA.
All right, so drivers, we took another look under brake, and I'm sticking with my opinion. The 15 is very slow into the corner. 42 has nowhere to go.
Yeah, watch Kyle Larson.
I think it's James Davison and Garrett Smithley. Like they run like part-time. Like they do like a seat swap. Larson just barely missed that crash. Oh yeah, Brad Keselowski also got involved.
The 15's having a problem. He gets in the back of Ty Dillon, and there we go.
Is that 77?
It's not always somebody's fault. You know, somebody has a problem, his car's wiggling around, clearly he's got something going on, and they just catch up on him and run into him. Just, you know, this many cars, this close together, you're going to have some of this.
Pull 15 back behind the wall as pit road is very busy with pit stops taking
Why did they open pit road when that tow truck was still... I mean, it's not a big deal, but like, why?
That, as you guys said, the visibility was not for him. So fuel here, and it's been an interesting conversation as they're going to check the right side to make sure that everything is good. Fuel here for everybody coming down pit road, Steve. So that's the game today. How short can you make your next stop to be able to make it to the end of the race? Chase Elliott and Alan Gustafson, a long conversation about that under this caution, too.
So, Rick, here's basically the thing. How short can you make it unless you have track position? Then you don't want to give it up. It's like, you know, easier said than done. But if you're at the back half, I love all these calls.
Popular to be up front. That's what you want. Track position. Eric Jones is leading.
This is supersonic Wi-Fi from Xfinity. It's fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
Think Dad's switching doggy diet plans for Josie? No, he's switching his choice cashback category to home improvement, so he earns more on a new doggy door. Extra large.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewards.
Astros up 2 versus A's. Hopefully no fucking shit happens. Would you buy the Mountain Dew car? I sent, yeah, I would. I would buy that.
Cheese double burger, ready for pickup.
We love our house. Been here for years.
Yeah, but there's an animal in the attic. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
We save a lot.
For bundling made easy, go to geico.com.
A bunch of these cars come to the choose cone for this restart. Watch this one car. Goes the inside. First car now on the inside line. Ross Chastain willing to take a gamble on that inside. We know that outside's been strong all day long, but that's an opportunity for these guys when they have a choose rule at all these racetracks.
They added a lap, they won't re-choose, so it will still line up this way. As you see, the lights will come back on, but now are off of the pace car. They'll make a go one more time around before we see the green flag. We'll restart with 84 laps to go in this race, Steve.
84 laps. I don't believe anyone can make it from here on fuel, but as Marty pointed out, guys are coming down. They're very, very close. So it's a splash of gas for everybody that just came down pit road. Probably closer to 1 can for the other cars that could have lapped.
So if we stay green, which I highly doubt, shit could get interesting.
It might determine what it's going to be, but I think we just showed it. It's the choose loop rule driver.
NASCAR, IndyCar. NASCAR's way better than IndyCar.
And who are you around? I mean, look, like Eric Jones, they're just new players, right? So
look up Golden Wheels Mountain Dew car.
What they're going to do with their car when it matters most. Still 85 laps to go.
Yeah, as I mentioned, we're coming up on 84 to go. So let's take a look at the Ruoff Mortgage Keys to Victory Lane.
Get track position and keep it. It's so important. You see Ross Chastain's booth at the front of this line. That's how you win this race. Take advantage of restarts.
Yeah, those pushes on the restart, as you mentioned, very important. And then the spotter relationship, what kind of practice have you been doing all day long? Does your spotter know where you need to be? Has he educated you? Dale and I have talked about that move to the right rear quarter panel. So that relationship with your spotter is going to be tested in the closing laps.
Yeah, I think one thing that's going to be really
the
interesting.
only way I'm leaving is dead. That's the state of my head. You don't know what
is. Need car to be slippery and fast. Let's see what happens with the damage on that one car.
The only way I'm leaving is dead. That's the state of my head. Eric Jones is leading. He's had a bad day so far, so that surprises me.
Of Ross Chastain, a push as they go into turn 1.
Golden Wheels is the brand.
Staying locked up. We'll see how long they do this. Now the 9 drops back off. The 43 still had help from Cindric as they entered 3. Still side by side for the lead. Chastain
might be expensive since it wasn't widely sold back then. I'd spend like $2 on that. To be honest.
Race cars on that inside line, and Ross as well. We know he'll be aggressive side drafting, doing what he needs to do.
Ross Chastain, a road course win, and then a win at Talladega. 2 wins already this year.
I saw Toys R Us sell it in Kmart. Only No Joke Store back then sold it.
Still fairly orderly as they go 2 by 2. In that first pack, it splits up just a bit. Just past the top 10.
That 4th car on the outside line, right behind Kevin Harvick here in the Hunt Brothers Pizza Can. Justin Haley in that 31, doing a nice job in that car. When I think of restricted plate racers in the Xfinity Series, he comes to mind. He always seemed to be a move ahead. Knew what to do and when to do it. Well, here's his chance. Now he's on Sundays. A new racetrack, new for some of these veterans. That might be an advantage to the 31. They have the same amount of experience when it comes to the new Atlanta.
All right, the inside lines real close together. The 9 in the back of the 1 car down the back straightaway. This should clear the 1 and the 9. Easily in the 1st and 2nd place there.
So that gamble on the choose you pointed out, Junior, paid off for Chastain.
9 does not move up. And now running right in the middle, that stays on the back bumper of the 1. Marty.
I mean, Rick, this year the 1 team has done some amazing things. Ross Chastain, terrific behind the wheel, but this might be the best one.
Corey LaJoie is running up there at 4th.
Here in Atlanta. So, Steve, how much do you trust your bear bond if you're Phil Surgeon, the crew chief? They had to
it'd be really cool to see.
Back up after the last stop, Junior. You have some crazy moves out there as they go around the 15 car, a lap car, as we mentioned a moment ago.
Wait, I thought he was done, Garrett Smith.
For now, but remember the body earlier was separated from the splitter after that wreck.
The 20 car, Christopher Bell, massive save. Almost had a big crash in the middle of 3 and 4 there.
I thought he had a flat tire, Dale. He got so sideways. I didn't think he could continue.
And then his blend into the line off of 4 equally as close to create an issue.
Ooh. What about Corey LaJoie in the 7th, running up here in 3rd right now? Spire Motorsports, a 2-car team, and LaJoie.
2002 to early 2005, then it went bargain bin for $1, then the rest got dumped, I believe, yeah.
Right here, Atlanta in March of 5th place, and coming into this race, they knew that they had a shot. Ryan Sparks, crew chief, told me.
I remember back in the day when you could get NASCAR diecasts for like $5. Remember it'd be like $5 in stores, and I think like $7 online, and now they're like $12.
Long-time family, long-time racers, winners. Corey's done it all. Built race cars, set them up himself, won in them. Go back and watch this battle. Christopher Bell and Corey.
He gets loose. He's sideways right there. Big correction now following here. Blends just right into the back of that 7 car. Very close for all those guys. Usually they've been able to save those kind of moments, but good job by Christopher Bell and everybody around.
So we talked about the concern of that one car with the damage on the nose, but right now it seems the pace seems to be good. There's not a lot of energy, though, behind those front 3 cars, so it's going to be very hard for Chase Elliott to make a move.
Yeah, he's there coming, no. He's not getting any help from behind. The 7 car, LaJoy needs someone pushing him as well. And as this group here behind him runs side by side, they've been able to keep that little bit of a lead, but now they're starting to single file out. Marty, give us more on that 9 car.
Well, Junior, I think for now, Chase Elliott content to ride behind Ross Chastain. Why? Listen on the radio.
So short on fuel. If you're in a situation where you're boxed in and you can't make any progress, take care of the fuel.
And Steve, despite what we saw happen with his teammate Alex Bowman, all the conversation from crew chiefs is about fuel, 75 to go. So why are they talking about fuel so much?
Well, you made a great point on pit road about trying to stay ahead of it by filling it up every pit stop. Or the other way you need less fuel, save it on the racetrack.
USAA, we've been called too exclusive, because we only serve those who honorably serve. All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive. We're fine with that.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts at the right prices. Whether I'm on 2 wheels.
Many people that were hardcore NASCAR fans said this looks like it was from the 90s. That was stuffed in... Yeah, it did look like it was from the 90s.
Growing up, I was afraid of clowns.
The Pennzoil was the most sold one.
Yep. Still am.
I love to make people smile.
Oh, Kyle Busch around. God damn it.
Toyota be a fancy opportunity.
Just call it a day, bro. Call it a fucking day. Oh, Cody Ware's on the wall.
Is the clown car growing on me? Nope. But it has changed the way we celebrate in Victory Lane.
You design. Enter for a chance to win. Sponsorfire.com.
They're ready to race. Just look at that man drive. It looks like a race right down to the checkered flag. 4, 3, 2, 1.
For the moments that thrill and the memories that last. Go to NASCAR.com/shop.
Caution is out, and you saw it a nonstop. The heavily damaged 18 of Kyle Busch was sideways. Also, Cody Ware in the 51 got into the wall on the backstretch.
What happened? This 3 cars in the...
You guys want to hear something interesting?
Yeah, look at Steve. Look at the 51.
Winval, you want to hear something interesting?
Crashes into the back straightaway wall.
You have a link.
That's just interesting. I don't know how you got there. That makes 2 of us. Here we go. Whoa, right there. Racetrack. 77 lane. Daz was like, I don't know what's happening, but I'm getting out of here. Oh, the tow link, I think, might be broke.
guys, it doesn't matter what all the strategies we talk about or how much Matt can do. It seems like these races still.
One Val, you want to hear something interesting?
Remember, we said at the beginning of the race that we thought 65 to 70 laps, and now we're right on that window. We wondered what happened. Let's take a listen to the 18.
Apparently, when you run back here, the spotters don't stay awake.
I'm assuming he's talking about Land Castle and Swords and the spotter because he was behind them, but it's a very odd wreck. Like they're all three running together. You don't always see that. Also under that caution, when that caution came out, Bubba Wallace was the first car one lap down, so he now will get back in the lead lap. So as we see the 18 on pit road was closed this time around. He obviously needed to come in for some damages in the tires. Now the question is, coming around to 69 to go, I really believe everyone on the lead lap will be coming down pit road, packing it full of Snowco fuel. The question is, do you need tires? Do you not need tires?
What you asked me? Oh, I said, do you want to hear something interesting? So, here's some pretty cool, or it's not really that cool, it's just really random. But Syracuse, New York, where I'm from, is home to the only upside down traffic light in the entire world. So, that means the green light is on top, and then the red light's on the bottom. It's the only traffic light in the world that's like that.
Boy, Dave, could be the final stop of the day, as Steve mentioned. Right on the edge of making it all the way, Christopher Bell told Adam Stevens, I need help, a lot of help for that Toyota to get better. Ross Chastain was surprised how good the car was out front. Right side tires for him, also right side tires for Chase Elliott as well. Happy with the handling, and there you go. How about Corey LaJoie, the no-tire call? He leaves pit road with the lead.
Corey LaJoie will be the first to choose when they come back to the choose cone. We'll see where he will restart. Ross Chastain and Chase Elliott right behind him.
When's that Friday? I need to know. I'll get some cold butter, some camping supplies, 'cause Friday's coming up, the 12th and 13th of July, baby.
Free Sonic cheeseburger when you make a purchase with the app.
A purchase of anything. So I can get a slush
Yes.
and get a cheeseburger for free.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Who lied to you?
Any purchase.
Let me see. I gotta see this with my own eyes.
Pull it up.
Janice.
What's up, Doug? Hi, Cheryl. What got into you?
At Sunoco, we know how to fuel peak performance. We've been doing it for American racing for over 50 years. Fuel your best.
Your age, your name, your trophies. None of that matters this season. Just what beats under your hood.
Hey guys, Tim Martini with Exploring the Obscure
Join
here in
Lynn Finn
Syracuse,
and
New York.
dedicated detectives
Home of
and
America's
special
only
victims unit as they race to bring the bad guys to justice. Law and Order
Located at the corners of
SVU
Milton
coming
Avenue
up
and
after our
Tompkins
race
Street.
coverage
The
on
light
USA.
sometimes confuses visitors.
Well, it's been an interesting day for Chase Elliott. Rudd, how has it been at Dawsonville and Pool Room Day?
Couldn't tolerate the British Reds sitting on top
Rick,
of
it's awesome. First off, watching the race with a concentrated group of Chase Elliott fans, as he's been up front all day long, all the oohs and ahs, every time there's someone wrecking, this whole crowd goes, whoa! It's amazing. The Bully Burger's fantastic. The fries are great. I wish y'all were here. We were there. But you know what? It's raining here, sunny there. So hopefully, are y'all ready for Chase to get a win? I think it's looking good from us here, Rick. That's for sure.
I didn't know that was the reason that they had it like that, but that's cool. I just found that out.
Or to engage the siren. Who gets that honor? So if you could check that out for us, we'd love to hear it.
Is that true?
As we're getting ready to
I'm assuming that's why, yeah.
inside, outside. Corey LaJoie is going to start outside. He'll have Ross Chastain behind him. Chase Elliott goes to the inside. Daniel Suarez will be starting behind Chase Elliott.
You know, Rick, we just talked about, you know, so many first-time winners, and I know we have a lot of winners inside the top 5, right, with Elliott, Chastain, Suarez, Hamlin. But as the field kind of gets eliminated a little bit, a car at a time, just think of the guys that still could do it. You talk about upsetting the playoff. Hey, how about Eric Jones back there in row 5? He's still got over 60 laps to go. He's definitely.
It actually is so awesome. I saw that on TikTok, and somebody was like, "No, you can't do that." My boyfriend is colorblind, and that would just confuse the shit out of him. But it's okay because it's the only traffic light in the entire world that is like that. So.
14th winner this year, or 17 total. Anyway, so Corey was told that the fuel put in would free his car up. That should help the handling. But save like you've never saved before, Marty.
Terrific conversation between Ross Chastain and Phil Surgeon.
I know in some countries the traffic lights, like, they don't have like a yellow light. They only have green and red.
Second on back. Really don't want to be behind the 7, but I can push him, I think, as long as the bumper is good enough. There's nothing wrong with pushing to mess up our repair work. Definitely not on the right front.
Hey, Steve, how about that good information from Phil Surgeon to his driver to say, hey, you can push on the right front. That's what I want you to use if you're going to push someone for the rest of the race.
Coming back to the green, Corey LaJoie on the outside.
Green flag.
Chase Elliott on the inside. Ross Chastain wondering how hard he can push. LaJoie dives down to the bottom of the racetrack, gets right in front of the 9 of Chase Elliott.
You love seeing odd things in areas? Me too.
Now what does he do? He's got to block one way or another. Chase trying to push this 7 car down the back straightaway. They get up in front of Chastain to be able to block his momentum. Chase now going to the outside. Thinks better of it. Not a lot of room out there.
I think the safest thing to do for LaJoie would be to not give the top up, right? If they're going to pass you, make them pass you on the bottom, because help's going to come on the top, and you're not going to lose that many spots, in my opinion, if you stay the top. That's what he's done right there. He just ran the middle of the racetrack.
Junior, how comfortable are you pushing the 7, Corey LaJoie, who normally is not front here? He's not used to being up front here. He doesn't run with this pack normally during a race.
Yeah, I think they're going to be fine pushing Corey. He's going to be able to handle whatever they can throw at him.
They have a design that Adidas doesn't have, and then they produce it. That's
You don't even have to really make contact with the car. There's a little beach ball still. The effect of the beach ball in between these cars is still there from the old car. So sometimes you can just shove a guy out with actually not even making contact with the bumper of the car. You see right there exactly that 9 car doing just that. It shoves that 7 car way out into a lead. Now that's the one thing Corey doesn't want to see is that big lead, because they get a run on him, it's going to be huge. They'll be able to try to make an attempt at a pass. Right now, it seems like they're all content, though, Jeff, to stay in line and organize and stay in line and get themselves toward the front and get that track position.
Well, I think right now there's just not a lot of energy from Chastain. Like, he's just, that damage on the nose is hurting the car a little bit, and that's keeping them from pushing Chase Elliott.
Marty.
Hey, Rick, I think honestly, Junior, you're right about the 9, and I think the 1 as well. They're content to let Corey LaJoie lead. Steve, we talked about this morning. When you're out front, you burn way more fuel.
I know somewhere in Africa, someone has a very bad version of logos that someone owns a pair of shirts that says Dados. That's probably because they messed up the shirt. Like, usually, like, when shirts get, like, messed up or something, they'll usually, like, send them out to, like, Africa, to, like, the poor countries, and they'll, like, donate them. Like, you know, like, the World Series merch? Like, you can get, like, a Atlanta Braves World Series t-shirt. Well, they also make, like, you know, they make t-shirts for both possible outcomes of how that series could go. So, like, when the losing team loses, they'll just send out, like, so, like, last year, it was the Astros, so they would have had, like, Houston Astros 2021 World Series champion shirts. You'll have that out in, like, fucking Africa. Like, they'll donate those shirts.
But you're not going to get hung out as badly if you stay on the top. We see it all day long. If people bail on you and you're on the bottom, you're going to go to the back. You're always going to get help if you can run that top.
How about the 19 of Truex, second car on the inside line, looking for his first win of the season? He was in a wreck, and now he's here. I thought he was, out of the race, didn't have a chance. How about that? The Toyota driver update. I mean, it's been up and down, low, all the way back to 35th. There's only 36 cars in the field, so he has covered it all, Kim.
And James Small, the crew chief, told me this morning this is going to be a race of survival. Now, they were in that accident you guys mentioned, but they survived it, and that is key. They are running out front currently in the fifth position, looking for that first win of the season.
Back for the lead now down the back straightaway.
Chase Elliott's battling for the lead.
Ahead of the 7 has dove to the bottom of the racetrack. He will clear the 7, and Chase Elliott once again out front at Atlanta.
Well, the 9's going to take Jeff Burton's spots, and he's going to park it back in that top lane, isn't he, Jeff? He thinks that's where he wants to be with all the momentum.
Yeah, I think he's going to block on again. Corey Joyce says, I'm going to get the lead back, drives to the bottom.
Does he clear him?
Yes, he does.
He did.
He moves up the racetrack, and now the 9 back to the inside. Look at this racing. This is amazing.
No help right now for the 9 until that 1 of Ross Chastain gets to his bumper.
Yeah, Chase did not clear Corey. Now they're bailing to the outside.
Oh, Ross squeezes right in front of Denny Hamlin. That was really, really tight. They're all so tight, bumper to bumper. It's hard to believe Corey LaJoie told NASCAR.com in an article this week that he was coming here for a walk-off win, swinging for the fences to make the playoffs, and it was a great soundbite. But reading it, I'm not sure I believed it, and here he is leading the race with 57 to go.
Well, the young man, the 30-year-old from Concord, when I was coming up to the booth about 2.5 hours prior to the start of this race, I saw Corey coming out from a sponsor engagement where he was talking with sponsors, and he stopped because there was a young man in a wheelchair that wanted an autograph. And Corey stopped, went down, signed an autograph, took a picture. A great young man and having a great race here running in the 2nd spot.
Chase Elliott back to the lead on that inside line. For the whole race, we've seen that outside line be the way to make passes. It has changed a little bit. Look at this inside line making some headway. Truex in the 19 trying to make it work. They're not really tight together. He doesn't have a ton of help behind him.
That's the problem with this inside. People just seem like they get nervous about getting hung out, and they start moving back to the top.
In New Hampshire by the Winners diecast. I really wanted to buy the Kyle Busch Pocono Win diecast, but they weren't like available.
I'm cool, Thors. Anyone got a light?
Order pizza. At least Geico makes bundling our home and car insurance easy.
It does save us a lot.
See Marvel Studios Thor, Love and Thunder, only in theaters. And for bundling made easy, go to
Yeah, this will actually be the last Cup race that I stream until the Indy road course. I'm not going to be live for the next 2 Cup races because I'm going to be at the next 2 Cup races.
The people we rely on need technology they can rely on. Verizon is the #1 network choice in public safety. Verizon Frontline, the advanced network and technology for first responders.
Running the sanctuary absolutely brings me peace. The work is 100% cathartic for me. You know, I find myself getting tied up in it, being busy, and then it's really nice just to sit and breathe in life, and it's beyond zen.
Is Dad posting a farewell to his favorite college freshman? No. He's switching his choice cashback category to gas. The road to college can be emotional, but also rewarding.
Go to Xfinity at New Hampshire? Nah.
Customized cash rewards card, you just can't stop getting rewarded.
You've got to see this.
The weather check's here.
Plus, I have work that day anyway, so I will be streaming the Xfinity race next week, though. I work at 6 that day, so I will be streaming.
Seat protector and cup phone. WeatherTech.
The biggest event of the summer is coming in hot, and Monday night is where it's heating up. You are in the right place. The time is now. Here we go. Raw, live, Monday at 8, only on USA.
There are few who have come to St Andrews and walked out an Open champion twice. For Tiger to do it a 3rd time would be legendary. The 150th Open on USA Peacock.
Under 50 laps to go at Atlanta. This aerial coverage brought to you by Geico. You're watching the Quaker State 400 from Atlanta Motor Speedway. Still, Chase Elliott out front, but now it's Mark Truex Jr. in the 19 right behind him.
The runs are bigger, the blocks are bigger, the pushes are bigger.
Whoever wins today get their diecast. I mean, Truex is running up front, and I'm not fucking buying that diecast, so. I only have one Martin Truex Jr. diecast, and I stole it. Because I didn't want to give him that little bit of money.
Yeah, this racing has been amazing. We have to applaud what Marcus Smith and the whole crew did. The transformation of Atlanta Motor Speedway, it has been really, really unbelievable.
At this particular point in the run, though,
What should you do after the race? Watch Red Sox.
These right rear tires. We saw one failure earlier at the end of stage 2 with the 48 car. These guys made the adjustments since March to be able to avoid that in this final stage. Now that we have more load, more speed, more pace.
One car I want to pay attention to, Austin Cindric. We saw him early in the race. He was struggling big time. Then watching him on this run, he has found a way to go to the bottom of the racetrack, pick up a ton of spots. Now he's under attack from Suarez, but they've got that car much better than it was early in the race, Kim.
Yeah, they made some significant changes, air pressure, wedge, everything they could do. And a few stops ago, Austin said it's handling the best it's been all day. I can finally drive this thing.
Second place diecast, maybe.
Fuel only stop. Cindric currently riding in the 11th position.
How about that 22 car right behind him?
They need to make next-gen diecasts like pretty damn soon.
He was airborne, and now still out there running. Joey Logano, he has to be wondering, what is this going to break on this thing?
Running in 12th, and we saw him earlier. He was all four wheels off the racetrack in the air, slammed back down to the ground, but still going.
This is kind of one of the moments like we see at Talladega and Daytona where everybody kind of calms down and wants to get in the top line, Steve. And you don't want to be the last guy to make that choice.
That is exactly right.
Because you're going to go to the back of the line.
It's musical chairs, and the music is slowly running out on these guys. Oh, the 45 is like, just tell me I'm clear.
Not quite.
What are you talking about, Winvo?
Oh, a little contact. The 45 gets in the door, the 43 on the back straightaway. Kurt Busch in that 45 on the bottom. Now he's clear. He doesn't take that opportunity to jump that line. Oh, flat cars. So tight. Cars. 3 of them lined up.
Remember, this track is 15 feet more narrow than it was last year when we raced here.
Here's the contact. They just kind of come together. Accidentally.
So you mentioned right rear tires. That is a concern when you go single file because the speed picks up. Fuel consumption becomes a concern because now you're probably close to wide.
Oh, you're talking about next-gen diecasts? I mean, they do, but like you can't get them yet, is the thing.
When we talk about the new car, one thing we talked about a lot last week.
It's like if you go on the Fanatics website, you try to order them, it'll say like you'll get it like next year or some shit.
So they're assuming they know how much fuel they can absolutely pick up. But we're gonna have to find out as we get.
Like I remember last year I ordered a Kyle Busch car in like July and I got it in like October.
Pick up as well. I just asked Alan Gufson a moment ago, how close is it? He said close. So Chase Elliott out front. We talked about that penalty, Steve. He's out front leading. It's had the track position he wants, with no doubt burning more fuel than anybody else in the field.
Yeah, so why? Very simple. We showed you that animation earlier about moving the air. Chase Elliott is wide open. He is splitting the air for everyone else. And he is wide open all the way around here. The 19, the 7, the 1. They're able to like breathe a little bit, find a little part throttle. It's all kind of, you know, as we see right here, here's the 5 green lights. That thing is never going to shut off. I'd be shocked if he is less than wide open all the way around here. That's burning max fuel.
And the RPM's a little bit higher because he's got that.
Look at him lift a little bit. He's looking in the mirror, and when he sees that gap get beyond 1, 2, 3 car lengths, he backs off the throttle. Some guys will drag the brake a little bit. That's Truex's throttle right here, and he's doing the same thing. He's lifting a little bit to keep that, keep that distance between the 9 and him the same, but also not get too far away from the car behind him. Marty.
And here's another point. This is what does not play in Chase Elliott's favor as well. When it's single file like this, Steve, they're turning more RPMs. In fact, Chase Elliott in stage 2 told Alan Gusson in their caution, we were single file, turning way more RPMs than it was early in the race. So that's a factor as well for them.
No different than driving your car around the street. You're stepping on the gas, you're burning fuel. Fuel's what makes the engine go, makes the car go forward. You know, we talk about saving gas in some tracks where you brake. You can lift a little early and try to keep momentum. Well, I mean, there's no braking here. Maybe part throttle, but that's it. Fascinating though, Junior, that Chase was able to save gas while leading. Pretty impressive.
But this is Chase Briscoe's 14 tractors, a 64 scale. Like I said, I don't have this car in my possession, so I'm not going to.
Gaming at Near East has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
Welcome to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network.
Are you crying, Uncle Ed?
No! A little.
Only from Xfinity. Unbeatable internet made to do anything, so you can do anything.
How could this grilled cheese double burger make your life easier?
Just eat the whole darn thing in the drive-in and don't tell anybody.
Right. I've done that before.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's my form of therapy. You got
cheeseburger therapy.
Sonic grilled cheese.
Yeah, like if I try to order
get a
this
quiet
Kyle
moment,
Busch
you take
diecast, it says it's not
whatever.
going to be here. Or the latest it will be here is November 30th.
We only serve those.
So that's a while.
All ranks, all branches, and their eligible family members. Yep, that is exclusive. We're fine with that.
eBay Motors, they have all the right parts?
They are out. You know, no, I've never been arguing that they were out. I'm just saying you can't really get them yet, you know? They're hard to get, like, unless you go to the races, I think.
We get out. Fired up. Hook big ones. We get out and rip it. We track them down. So crack a Mountain Dew. Get out and do.
My name's Amy, and I bought and financed my car through Carvana. Everything was all good, but then things hit a slight snag. Okay, so they were trying to verify my employment status while I was at work in a giant hole in a mine. But then something amazing happened. Carvana worked with my shift manager and got everything sorted out, so I didn't miss out on the car. Super helpful. I was over the moon, even though I was underground.
We'll drive you happy at Carvana.
I gotta find something to babysit. I'm gonna get him.
If he can put on a tire, he can put on a diaper.
Ace! Losing the kid was not part of the plan.
The race to the Nascar playoffs is on USA. The drama, the excitement, the characters. Next up,
Yeah, I saw that Chicagoland Speedway on that promo. They took the logo off. Just so petty.
And welcome back. We have Chase Elliott, Mark Truex Jr., Corey LaJoie, still the top three. We will stay with you. We continue to be green all 34 laps of this race. A reminder, NASCAR America Post-Race Show right after the conclusion of this race. We'll talk to a lot of drivers, and there's a lot on the line right now. Only one Georgia-born driver has ever won at Atlanta before, and it's the father of the driver of the 9, Bill Elliott. He had won here 5 times. There's only been one father-son duo that has won at this racetrack. That's the Earnhardts. So trying to join that duo. Let's go through the field. We'll start with Marty.
And Rick, you know, Chase Elliott wants to add his name to that list, worse than maybe anyone in the entire field, and eat some peaches in Victory Lane coming up here in a little bit. No doubt the 9 car has the speed, no doubt it has the handling. Does it have the fuel?
See my favorite video, someone smashed an MTJ diecast.
Mark Truex Jr. in that second position. The team wasn't overly optimistic about this race because Truex winless on super speedway racing style tracks, winless at Atlanta, and winless this season. Currently rides in the second position. Maybe they've changed their luck here today, Dave.
Third car line, Corey LaJoie, 182 Cup Series starts. No wins. Will today be the day? If he has enough fuel, maybe. Ryan Sparks, crew chief, just told me we didn't wait to get it full of fuel. A little bit of a guess. We took our 3.3 seconds, Marty.
Boy, what amazing recoveries from Ross Chastain at Atlanta.
He really fucked that up. I remember I used to smash cars. I kind of regret doing it though.
Here he is running 4th with a shot to win this thing, trying to work with that 11 car right behind him, Dave.
And and Denny is trying to find his way back to the front. He left the decision about what to do on the last pit stop in the hands of Chris Gabart, his crew chief. 2 tires was the call. They didn't get all the track position they want. They kind of held where they were. Marty.
On that last stop, Dave, Christopher Bell said, I need a lot of help to his crew chief, Adam Stevens. Adam Stevens delivered, made the right chassis adjustments. Now, can the 20 get up there and work with his teammate who's right in front of him and get up to the front and take the lead and get his first win of the year, Dave?
The Blue 12 is
Smashing NASCAR diecast is a sin. I just regret doing it because it's like, I wish I still had those cars, you know?
Overtime if we need it. Wow, that's something we didn't talk about with all these teams being close on fuel. Kim?
Well, despite not having the raw speed they want, that number 43 and Eric Jones have the handling that they need. It's good for Eric, and this is one of the races they had circled where they feel like they could win with as good as Eric is at this style racing. Jones currently in the 8th position. Marty.
How about Justin Haley having one of his best runs of the year, Kim, in the 9th spot right now. Steve mentioned it earlier, 4 Xfinity Series wins on super speedway type racetracks. This is right in this wheelhouse. But
I feel bad literally scraping one of my Dale Senior cars I have.
To make a move to get up there and win this thing, Kim.
When we talk about rebounds, and we can't ignore Cindric. Remember, he dropped to the rear of the field early in the race. That car just evil, too loose. They made adjustments throughout the race, and his handling as best as it is all day. And talking about super speedway style racing, who won the very first race of the season? The Daytona 500 guys. That would be Austin Cindric in the 10th position.
Remember, we've had the most first-time winners since back in the 50s, and there are 6 that haven't won already this year in the top 9. Now, they may have won before, but potentially another winner at this racetrack. It could be a wild card race, of course, like everyone thought it was going to be.
So you say wild card race. Let's just look at the running order. Let's talk playoffs. Chase Elliott, he's won a couple races, leading the race. So more playoff points for him if he can go to victory lane, right? Second is Truex, yet to win. He's in on points currently, but he'd love to add his name to that win column. Corey LaJoie in the 7th, yet to win. So he would love to get a victory. Now the issue for the 7 is if he's fortunate enough to win.
Just this single file bullshit that we're having for a little bit, but.
So if Corey LaJoie would win, his battle between now and Daytona would be to get in the top 30 in points. Behind him, Chastain, he has a win. 2 wins, excuse me. Hamlin, the same, but then how about Bell? No win for Bell. Blaney, amazingly, no win for Blaney. Eric Jones, Haley, full-time drivers, no win for them. So a lot of guys looking for a first win. There's a lot going on, not in just a race, but the entire season.
Listen in on Chase Elliott's radio.
I actually think having a 7 and a 1 ahead of 11 is helping us because the 19 can't get a good enough push. That 11 got ahead of them too and got to 19. We'd have our hands full.
Oh, there goes Bell. Christopher Bell is around. Caution is out.
And Bell quickly getting on to pit road.
Looks like all tires are up, man. We heard from him that he was loose all race. Earlier in the race with this 20 car.
Tires are not down.
The racetrack made some changes.
My dad gave me a very special Robbie Gordon diecast, and I protect that car like my life depends on it since it's a special edition. Yeah.
Watch this 20. Middle of turn 3 and 4.
I gotta pee. I'll be right back.
He did a great job. Look how long he dirt tracks this thing. Almost saved it right there, but it finally comes around.
Right here is where the track did the work. So you see the car just skipping across the grass rather than digging in and just ripping the nose off of it.
A+ then, because it was tested right here, and it's thankful to see this 20 with minimal damage is going to continue. I want to know what Blaney and Eric Jones is thinking right here.
Yeah, you see him around, and early in the year, Christopher Bell maybe overcorrects and turns that car head on into the wall. Drivers have learned you can't turn these cars too sharply. On top of that, Junior, we were talking about Corey LaJoie, and Kim said his crew chief Ryan Sparks said they took a guess on fuel, that they may not have got enough fuel in it. Well, if they were guessing for something, this was it. They were guessing cautions. They needed cautions to save some fuel, so this could be a huge break for Corey LaJoie in the fuel in his race car.
So now the question is, fuel 1, that's my first decision maker. If we are truly short, do we need to come down and put some more in it, or will we be good enough just saving some under yellow? The second part is, we just saw a great race car driver spin out on his own.
Yeah.
So that tells me, Junior, right, the grip was going away in these cars, pace was picking up. So I don't think you're going to pit if you're Elliott or Truex but someone is going to pit. And Dale, you've always taught me at Daytona, especially in July, put some tires on and let me be on the offense. You feel like you can make moves to use those tires if the opportunity presents.
Yeah, I think your car's handling really good. You can be aggressive with the steering wheel to side draft, block, do all those things, stay on the track. But if you cannot be aggressive with the steering wheel to block, to be able to side draft, to change lanes, you need to be able to fix that, work on that. You need to have those abilities to try to win this race.
Trouble with this racetrack is, can you go 3 wide and make advances? We have not seen much of that. So can you go somewhere with tires?
Kim.
And you see Kurt Busch right there, overshoots the line, has to reverse. They are going to take tires. It's going to be a slow stop for Kurt Busch, who had a fast race car all day, Dave.
Kevin Harvick is on pit road, and he'll get 4 fresh Goodyear tires. Wasn't really able to do anything back in the pack. We'll see if this helps, Marty.
Well, they thought they had a loose condition fix for Christopher Bell, but it just snapped on him there, and that puts everybody pretty much in a window here.
Christopher Bell has a tire.
Oh, no, and a tire comes off.
A tire went a loose wheel. So that's 4 weeks.
Is that tire from them?
That's 4 weeks.
Left rear. I believe it's a left rear. If you go back and watch that stop, I would bet money that there's either an exchange issue on the left rear or that socket magnetically holds basically the wheel nut in. And what happens is the timing is so quick. If that socket or wheel nut falls out, jack's going to be dropped, tire's going to leave.
Okay, so the wheel comes off on pit road. Is the rule that he just lost his crew chief for 4 weeks?
So NASCAR's going to look at this and see what happens on the left rear. We see the exchange. Oh, you see the tire changer just didn't have it tight. So what NASCAR did is they changed the verb, just the wording of this. Because the idea is they don't want tires coming off on the racetrack. That's why the penalty is so severe. It's a major safety issue. So what they're trying to do is give them a chance. Let's take a look again at how this works. Right, so here is the pit gun. We're going to go in and we're going to take this nut off. Now look at this. That stays attached to the socket with a magnet. We've explained how this works. There's your spindle, those yellow drive pins, very important. That's what the wheel gets set on. The red little locking mechanism. Think about, telescoping poles at home. You pop it in, pop it out, make sure it's in the right location. So let's put the wheel on. We're going to try to get it all lined up. It's not as easy as it looks. The tire carrier is going to look back at those yellow pins, right? So we're going to put it on. Now we're going to take the gun. We're going to tighten it up. Now the goal is to go all the way over those locking pins. You see they're not popped back up like that telescoping pole. That means it's not tight. Now we made them,
They're showing the USA logo on Abu Dhabi. That's
there are
weird.
a bunch of teams on pit road that color them pink so they can see them. They're naturally silver. They kind of blend in. This right here, you can see the tire changer panicking to try to stay on that gun. He knows there is an issue, and it looks to me like the wheel nut wasn't even started. That's why that tire come off. Back to your point on the rule, they have reworded it where if the tire and wheel stay on pit road and they feel close enough to the pit box, it's not an automatic suspension because of just that. They don't want to throw a crew chief out for that. Now, if it comes out on the racetrack, you can have a little bit of trouble, Jim.
Remember we had a crew member swap between the 20 and the 23. The 23 has had this problem over and over and over. Tires coming off, slow pit stops. So now that has gone to Christopher Bell and his team. They were making some changes, trying to improve both teams. But right now it's not worked well for Christopher Bell, Marty.
Yeah, Jeff, great point. And this is the first race with that new pit crew for the 20 team who was originally, as you mentioned, on Bubba Wallace's pit crew. They've had a slew of issues this year. Remember, a couple of weeks ago, the problem again on the left rear, just like today with Christopher Bell. So certainly some things to clean up here for these JGR pit crews. I know they're going to focus on that this week.
Coming up to the choose cone here, and we saw Chase Elliott go to the outside, and Mark Truex Jr. took the inside line.
Earlier in the race, we saw 5, 6 guys in the front automatically choose the outside line, but that bottom is getting more and more interesting for these guys. More and more guys willing to start down there and try to make it work. And as this racetrack has changed, it's cooled off. You see the shade on turn 1 and 2. The grip's going up, the speeds are going up, so that bottom is going to be more and more competitive all the way to the finish.
On the bottom is the 19 of Mark Truex Jr. listening to his radio.
You'd rather be aggressive than not.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we're fine, so we can get ahead of it. We just need to get a good launch and push, and then try and clear it.
And look who he's getting pushed from, that one car. They didn't have too good a time doing that earlier in the race, got turned around. But he's going to hope that Chastain can give him the push he needs to send him out to the lead here.
I still am concerned with that one car, the speed of that one car. The damage on the nose, I know it's not a lot, but it's enough. And You know, is he going to be able to push Truex the way Truex really wants him to?
There'll be 19 laps to go here in Atlanta. Find out if we will have another Elliott in victory lane here in Atlanta Motor Speedway. Martin Truex Jr. on the inside, looking for his first win of 2022. Corey LaJoie looking for his
All right, green flag back in the air.
19 to go from Atlanta.
Back greenhouse, Jaden.
Pretty organized. Oh man, they're really tight, trying to slow each other down. They say the side draft isn't that strong, but they still try to make it work.
Truex is clear. What is he going to do? Is he going to eat a line right now?
They're not connected though. Not as well as that outside line. Does that 7 have enough horses to be able to push this 9 car back to the lead?
The 11 gives him a shove, and Corey LaJoie back up to the bumper of the 9. Here comes the 1 of Ross Chastain to the inside. He battles for the lead.
Wow, Chase Elliott hard in attack to Truex. See his car moving all around. The pushes are going to get more aggressive right now with only 18 to go.
Truex Jr. now bouncing from the inside to the outside, back to the inside, and back to the outside.
Truex choosing to stay in his high line. That's sent the 1 down to the bottom. Now he's even with this 19 car. Almost clearing Truex off the 2. Doesn't quite do it. Down the back straightaway. It's a drag race in the 3.
Little help from the 12 of Ryan Blaney on the 1. So strong still is Ross Chastain's number 1 with all the damage on the front of that car.
But look at that inside line. Only 3 cars down there. That's not enough. This outside line's going to have the momentum. Look,
Oh, Chase Elliott, an aggressive move to the bottom. Can he clear him? No, Truex blocks him.
he didn't make it work. Not enough for the side draft.
Now who's going to
But
get
he's
the
back.
help? Who's going to get the help?
He side drafts again. Chase Elliott with a little bit of help now from the 1. The 2 of Corey, or the 7 of Corey LaJoie gets into the back of Truex.
Truex back to the lead off of turn 4 with the help from that 7 car. Oh, Corey to the bottom. He's going to try to get some help from the 9, but Truex is going to block that as well.
Truex all the way to the bottom of the racetrack, right down to the double white line. Cannot advance your position below the double white line here in Atlanta. Coming up on 14 laps to go, Corey LaJoie running in the 2nd position.
Truex back to the bottom.
Oh, there we go. There goes Hamlin. Hamlin's around, and Brad Keselowski's around.
There'll be another restart.
Brad Keselowski down there in the grass.
Lock it down.
Everybody did a really, really good job there. I thought that was going to be a bigger wreck than it was. The 1 car gets in the left rear quarter panel, and Denny Hamlin turns him sideways in front of the field.
Denny Hamlin has had enough of Ross Chastain this year.
Right front down, and left front could be down as well for Brad Keselowski as he's going to try to limp around the racetrack and not do too much damage to the front of that car.
You mentioned it, Jeff. These two have had quite the history since St. Louis.
Well, let's go back and see what happened. Drive in the corner. Chastain just up the racetrack into the back, into the quarter panel of Hamlin.
So this is the frustration I think drivers have with Ross Chastain. When you interview him, he talks about how he's going to try to do it differently and race differently, and then here we are. He just climbs the banking. I'm sure his car is probably not handling as he had hoped, but his contact spins Denny Hamlin out.
I'm with you, Steve. You got a gas pedal in there. Chastain is going to have to make a decision on what does he want to do. Like, he's up the racetrack right here. He's lost the nose. You're going to have to lift. I mean, you've got to lift and get off of the guy, no matter who it is. And he's going to have to clean these things up. He's a professional race car driver. He's a winner. He's a championship contender. You just can't continue to do these types of things.
Listen to Denny, the throttle.
I don't want to hear it about Ross. Ross can do whatever the fuck he wants because he's not trying to make friends. Ross is not trying to make fucking friends. He's trying to win some races, get some money, and fuck some beautiful women. All right?
Okay, my fault, but it keeps happening. I love Ross Chastain. He's a really really good race car driver, but he's got to find a way, Junior, to run these races without constantly making contact.
Yeah, I want him to change, but I don't want him to change.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's tough.
He won't win a championship, because they won't let him win a championship if he doesn't clean it up.
Denny has told him what's coming from the last time this happened, and he's going to make Denny have to prove his point. You can imagine Denny, if we can see him, very angry right now. I'm sure we'll hear about it after the race.
I can see fire coming out.
Yeah. Denny Hamlin right now 21st after the spin. He was running up inside the top 5.
You see right here, the dotted white line gives you a great perspective of where they're at. The one just continues to come up. So Dale, I love what you're saying about his aggression for success on the racetrack when it comes to wins, but I have to say
Hamlin definitely going to wreck Chastain in the playoffs.
Step for
Yeah.
a driver of Ross Chastain's level, who has proven he can win, is to find his way to week in and week out, find some give and take. Your real estate can't be the most important real estate on the racetrack for everyone. Let's hear what Denny Hamlin has to say.
Yeah, he just come up the hill and wrecked your boat. I can't tell you more than that without looking at traces and studying it for an hour, but the bottom line is, no lesson learned. You just come up the hill and wreck you. So.
Hey, and if you have an opinion, you can call in. Monday.
You'll be there.
I'm on
You'll be there.
Steve, I know what we're talking about. Okay, I'm telling you, maybe the 12 more laps to get another lead story, but this one's going to be pretty high. Go ahead. Call in. Join us on Peacock Monday and Wednesday at 6. This Monday is going to be exciting.
Let's see if we can get Ross Chastain to call. What do you think? Talk to you guys.
Sure.
Ross Chastain is a good guy. He's just working hard. And you see here, back in June, made contact with Hamlin. Hamlin was mad and just made the rest of this race miserable for Ross Chastain.
See it right here. It was entertaining, funny to watch. Every time he caught Denny, what Denny was willing to do. Denny didn't have to make any contact with him. Just kind of slowed him down, cost him some positions. Brake checking, slow him down. And then after the race, he gets out and says, look, I'm gonna take care of it next time I get a chance.
And today, this is what happened.
Ross Chastain has fought, and scratched to get to this point in his career. And Junior, that's how he got here. And it's easy for me to sit here and say, you got to fix this. It's another thing. He's afraid to back off. He's afraid if he backs off, he's going to lose his speed and lose his edge. And that's what he's going to have to try to figure out as his career advances. He's got the speed. He's got the aggressiveness. He's got the intensity. He's just got to couple it with the right mindset.
Let's hear from a couple of crew chiefs before we go back to racing. We'll start with Dave.
Let's start with Ryan Sparks. He's a crew chief for Corey LaJoie today, and been kind of fun seeing your boy run up front there. Does he have enough fuel now that we've had these caution laps, and what can he do with the field?
Yeah, he did a good job saving through that last run, and I think these caution laps will get us home. The Ray's Energy Drink Camaro has been awesome all day. The Super Shoe's done a heck of a job to put us up in position, and we're going to go for it right here, see what we got.
Love the nickname Super Shoe. He knew coming in, based on the top 5 earlier this year, this could be a good day for him. How confident was he?
He had a lot of confidence coming in. I think he can get her done. He's pumped up. He's ready. I want to say a quick shout out to my sister back at home. Happy birthday. We're going to try to get it done for her.
Get it done for sis. Kim?
Well, Alan Gustafson calls the shots for hometown boy Chase Elliott. What is your driver telling you right now?
Well, certainly not, but Chevy's been really good all day. Everybody's done a great job executing the race. Certainly it's this racing's pretty circumstantial, so got the right things going away. I think we've got the car to win, but yeah, super excited. Just want to take a second and say happy birthday to my dad. It was his birthday last week, and the boss's birthday is on Tuesday, so happy birthday, guys.
What will Chase need to do on this restart to gain that track position and get back at the point?
Obviously, whatever row we're in, we've got to either, if we're on the bottom, we need a good push to take the lead. If we're on the top, behind whoever that is, we need to just get a good push and get to where we're open and can make it.
That's Alan Gustafson, crew chief for Chase Elliott. He's joined here at the box by Jeff Gordon and Mr. H, all hoping their driver gets to victory lane.
I want to listen once again into the 11 radio of Denny Hamlin.
Got into you because he gave himself a margin. and there were 4 feet underneath of it, so.
Well, it's clear. The outside, you make decisions.
Yep. Everyone makes a decision. You're right.
Jeff, I think that's what you're talking about. He had a decision.
Did I like the Kyle Busch movie? I didn't see it.
At that time, didn't make the decision that would have kept him out of the 11.
Yeah, I mean, listen, he just needed to be out of the throttle. As soon as he got tight, he needed to understand it wasn't going to get better and just start coming out of the throttle to avoid that contact. And of course, that exposes you to being passed from behind when you come out of the throttle. That's why I didn't want to do it.
There's the choose right there. No surprise, Truex took the top. Surprised a little bit, the 7 took the bottom. I guess maybe not. He said he has to win, so put himself in the front row. Chase sticks with the top as well as the 43 and some other cars. We'll see which row gets the better start. Let's listen into the outside of row 2, the 9 of Chase Elliott.
That didn't work out too good for us there. Nothing you can do, just all forward. You got this. You'll get your chances. You're just about 2 inches from clearing that 19. We'll do it again. Yeah, I thought that was a little close for take it there, bud. Sorry.
So there we talk about aggression. There's the other side. So Chase Elliott felt like at that point of the race it was too close to try to shut the door on the 19. Now with 9 to go, if he gets another shot, we'll see. We'll see what the decisions these drivers make. This restart is going to be pretty interesting. I like over the bottom. Like, I'm not real wild about Chastain to begin. I don't think he has the speed to push, but how are we going to win this race if you don't get in front of Truex? Here's an opportunity to try to find a way to make it happen.
17 on pit road, watching Corey LaJoie, who will restart on the inside. Mark Truex Jr. will be on the outside. Chase Elliott right behind.
All right, back green.
Back up through the gears they go, and diving into turn number 1. Under 8 laps to go in Atlanta.
Big restart of the bottom lane for Corey LaJoie. He's going to clear the 19 on corner exit if he wants it. These 8 laps are going to happen fast. Corey LaJoie to the top.
Guys should talk. The Astros had the Rangers lose to the Twins 5-4.
He had a shot at it. He was almost there.
Caution.
On the back stretch.
Logano. Joseph.
Seems like everybody's heading in the right direction, though.
And we'll have another restart. Left front down, as well as you see the 11. Denny Hamlin has damage to the right side.
He had looked back, we were crossed up.
It's straight. I got hooked.
It's Denny. Logano wasn't able to turn all the way onto pit road.
This is just making the number of laps even less on the restart. And I can tell you, you get a 2 or 3 lap shootout on a speedway race on restart, it is very intense.
It isn't a whole lot of fun. It's watch right here. Denny Hamlin right there in Coca-Cola number 11. It's like the 20, Christopher Bell in the middle. Between the 22, they just come together. Not enough room for Christopher there to be in the middle, and turns both these guys in outside wall. Time running out.
Bottom of 3 when you get there.
They're going to have fast.
Corey LaJoie's in the lead. We're probably going to go back green with 4 to go, probably.
Get it rolling here.
From man to worse there. Frustration coming through the radio.
And no idea, like, you know, what happened. Like, what just happened? I know I got hooked, but how?
I think this is going to get Kyle Busch back on the lead lap. I mean, not that it's really going to mean much, but who knows? These final laps could be crazy.
These laps count down.
Jack drops there.
Very serious. You know, as these laps count down, I think the chance of these, you know, the I mean, there's fans, then there's some serious commitment.
Yes.
That's what the entire Dawsonville pool hall looks like right now.
Oh,
That's what they all look like. Oh, what's going
I
on?
hope Rutt's watching, because that's going to be next year's outfit of the pool hall.
He's got a fire suit on. Look at this.
I like it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
And
over here.
Yeah. They are nervous. This guy's having a great time. Oh, I feel like we're all a little late to his party.
He's having fun and entertaining the fans around him. Really, Kyle Larson fan in front of him.
So now the decisions that have to be made by the drivers. True, we just saw LaJoy pick the bottom and got the lead. So now what he's thinking is, all right, what lane do I pick? Do I pick the bottom or do I pick to the top? And he doesn't know who's going to pick behind him because of the choose line. He passed someone he may want to push, but he does not know who's going to pick behind him. So this is, and he's got, look who's behind him. He's got Cup champion Truex, Cup champion Chase Elliott, Chastain's won multiple races, Daytona 500 winner. I mean, this is a very tough decision for Corey LaJoy.
Well, he picked the bottom before, and that was what gave him the lead. So I don't know how he has to think about that and think, man, maybe I need to stick with that decision. He is the control car as well. Wasn't the control car on the last restart, but being the control car, he can decide when he gets in the throttle and goes through the gears. And the other thing, too, if you're wanting to give a signal to the driver behind you, it's much harder to see through these cars. So we can't really wave from inside the car to the car behind us. We can look out, but stick that hand out that left side and wave. But if you're in the outside line, everybody sees that. So if you're in the inside line, only the car behind you can see that hand motion. And that's a really, really important thing late in these races on the restart.
You're so nervous. I'd love to see Corey LaJoy get his first win. And I just don't want Truex or Syndic to win.
Okay, was there a move coming that I need to cover next time? So they discussed it back and forth. Corey just wants as much information as he can get. What were the cars doing as the caution came out? There's something I need to be aware of going into turn 3 next time.
And I believe as the laps count down, Dale, you know, a guy that hasn't got a lot of experience in these situations, the less laps have to be better, right? Because if it's 4 or 5 laps, you're going to have multiple choices to have to make. Just a couple laps, you might make the 1 or 2 absolutely right choices that pay the bills.
So it's going to be 3 to go.
Yeah, so his spotter, TJ Bell, he won the truck championship last year with Ben Rhodes. And this type of racing today in Atlanta reminds me a lot of truck racing, how they have to push on restarts. It really reminds me a lot of it. So will that experience that TJ had in the truck series help Corey LaJoy right here?
I'm excited for this.
Well, this is the most laps that Corey LaJoy has ever.
So we're going to go back green with 3 to go.
And so LaJoy has been out front 7.
Is Corey with Spire? I don't even know.
A possible first ever Cup Series win staring him in the face 3 laps away from that checkered flag.
And why not this year? We've had 5. Let's make it 6.
And this is a little team taking it to the
Yeah, he does drive for Spire.
Does not have the funding of everybody around them. This would be a major upset in the Cup Series.
The longer you can stay locked up, the better it'll be for you guys to try and clear them both.
So the longer they can stay locked up, and they can probably push all the way around to turn 3. So the 7th car of LaJoy needs to try to stay still. Don't make a lot of movement right, so that the car following feels comfortable to go up there and get into the back of him and push. If he's moving around with the back
Spire would be so happy, yeah.
It's not very good for the car following to feel comfortable to push. If you sit still, you can push it real hard.
There we go. It'll be 3 laps to go. LaJoy, the control car, on the inside. Mark Truex Jr. on the outside. This is the same way they lined up last time when LaJoy got.
All right, here we go. Green flag. 3 laps to go.
Green flag back in the air.
No push for that one car right now. Yeah, I'd like to see them be a little bit closer together than they were. Good organization on the outside line.
Oh, shit.
The 7 and the 19. Truex in the middle.
Truex back.
Here comes Chase Elliott.
Chase through the middle. Truex now to the outside. Going backwards.
Now, Corey LaJoy trying to block both lines. To the high side. Here comes Chase Elliott. LaJoy up to block him.
Going to 2 to go here.
2 more laps. Can Corey LaJoy get his first win? Here comes Chase. Chase takes the lead. Chase Elliott takes the lead.
He's going to go to the bottom or the top. Big push from the 1 car on the 7 here.
Push is
Coming to the white flag.
Elliott goes down to block.
Corey's clear. He's clearing the 43.
White flag is in the air. 1 more time around. Here comes Corey. Oh, Corey LaJoie's on the wall. And he's around. And there's a big crash. A big crash. The caution is out. The race is over. Chase Elliott wins at Atlanta.
Chase Elliott will join his father.
Chase Elliott wins at Atlanta.
Two of them to win at Atlanta Motor Speedway. Just a second, father-son pair to win in Atlanta.
How about that, boys?
Mr. H, Jeff Gordon, and Chase Elliott fans all over hugging and celebrating this win.
He done did it.
That was a good one. Appreciate y'all.
You're not satisfied with that? Why not?
Chase Elliott, rejection for LaJoie.
Oh man, that's a fucked up car.
Made an aggressive move to win the race, and it just didn't work out.
He got a big push from the 43 down the front straightaway, and he had to do something with that, right? Yeah. So he went to the outside. Chase goes up the block a little bit. Corey gets into the wall, gets loose up high. Here it is.
You wanted Spire. Yeah, it would have been cool to see Corey LaJoie get his first win, but he's got a career ahead of him. I don't think this is his only chance.
That sends Corey into the wall.
It was a hard wreck.
Some hard legs right there. Into the back of the nine.
I just personally don't think that needed to be a caution. I mean, like let him race it out.
Going for it, really.
That's my only thing that I mean they just knew that, you know, Chase was in the lead. They had to pull out the caution.
Position trying to win this race. This late in the race, you said if you gotta run, you have to take it, and if it's coming from behind, you have to block it. And I know Corey won't be happy with the block.
Well, you had to block. I mean, I don't blame Chase for that. You got to do what you got to do.
You as well. It's just the nature of the beast on the last lap.
That was a lot of fun.
If we looked at it real close, Chase blocked the move, and there was some contact where the second bump into Chase.
That was a really good race.
There's some distance between them. They sort of separated.
Chase got a flat.
He burned the left tire down. It's flat. That checkered flag moment brought to you by Advance Auto Parts. Well, it was when he was 13 years old and out at the racetrack with his dad, he was racing legends right here in the quarter mile, and you hear the crowd.
I've always wanted him to win here. To get a win at Atlanta would be really cool, and he's finally done it. Sirens blaring in Dawsonville, I'm sure they are.
In Dawsonville right now at the pool room.
The man right here wore the right outfit today.
A lot of Chase Elliott fans in the crowd, and there it is. That's the pool room at Dawsonville. He's done it again, Marty.
Chase Elliott just looked at me and said, unbelievable. That finish was crazy. Wins both of the stages today, and for these fans here in Atlanta, the hometown boy delivers. Now, a lot of big wins in your career. I can think of one in Phoenix that got you a title, but where does this one rank on the all-time list?
This one's up there for sure, man. This to win at your home track is a really big deal, I think, to any race car driver. And I've watched a lot of guys do it over the years. You know, Jimmy out in California. And, we haven't really had a very good run here, so felt like, you know, today was a great opportunity for us. But just so proud. You know, this is obviously home for me, home to a lot.
Chase Elliott needs to calm down, or else he's gonna fucking turn me gay. Look at that, he's beautiful, and I'm straight, but like he needs to chill.
Couldn't be more proud of our team. What a car! I mean, I'm not sure we've ever had a speedway car that good. If we had, I probably wrecked it down at Daytona. But just man, what a few weeks it's been. I feel like I gave one away last week, and to come back and put on a performance like that, I'm really proud of that. So excited to get home. It's going to be a big one tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm sure it will be. I got to ask you about the last lap. You had to go up and block the 7. You actually said, I'm sorry, on the radio. So what was going through your mind on that final lap?
Well, I mean, obviously I knew he was going to have a big run. You know, I didn't want to really give him the bottom, and, you know, I tried to give it one good, real aggressive block. Felt like I had enough room to kind of give it a second one. And he was, you know, just right there on the right side of my back bumper, so it was far enough, you know, to the back side of the bumper to launch me forward. You know, hate it tore up some cars, but I mean, I don't know what you do. Either go for the win or don't. I'm going to choose option A every day of the week.
Yeah, there you go. So you think these fans have heard of the pool room before in Dawsonville? We've been live all day there with Rutledge. Is it okay if Rutledge rings a siren tonight?
Yeah, just don't tell them not to break it now. That thing is really special. So, yeah, just thank you guys so much for coming out. Y'all made a lot of noise today, and can't wait to head back up 400 and get back home and say, I want to say hey to my mom and dad. I know they're watching at home. I wish they were here. This is a really, really special day for us, and just say thanks to all the fans here in Georgia who have supported me and you know, supported my family for many years. So really, we're just proud of this, and we're going to enjoy it.
What an incredible day for Chase Elliott, the Elliott family, and all these fans here at Atlanta Motor Speedway. The hometown kid delivers.
I'm sure Bill and Cindy are very proud back in Dawsonville. Let's go to Rutledge Wood, who is at the pool room there in Dawsonville, to hear the siren.
Rick, Chase said it. These fans are ready. Let's hit that siren.
That is awesome.
What a scene it is. These folks have been here all day waiting for this. Unbelievable. The hometown boy gets the win, and the siren goes off at the Dawsonville pool room.
I'm going to tell you, that car's got a pretty good battery.
Jumper cables to do the siren.
I love it. So let's just remember, okay, the finish of the race is determined by cameras, not loop lines like what happens in every other race. They go to the camera at the time of the yellow. Here we are. We're going to roll down to turn 1. 7 gets that big run. He's going to go up. The 9 makes that block, the winning block. The 7's got to get turned around. Now, the most important thing is the 9 versus the 1. There's going to be a moment of caution right here. When NASCAR puts the caution out, the field is instantaneously frozen in that location. So it's the 9 versus the 1. They use a timestamp, and you're going to see that the 9 is clearly ahead of the 1 all the way around the corner. We're going to go to that moment, that freeze moment, just to show. Not even really close. A full car length, the 9 of Chase Elliott, clearly the leader at the moment.
Yeah.
They will go to cameras at the end of the race to determine finishing order, and of course Chase Elliott is in front of Ross Chastain and gets the win. But what a day it was for Corey LaJoie. Let's hear from him. He's with Dave.
Rick, it was indeed for Corey LaJoie. He's had to listen to all the cheering for the other guy today. How close was that for you, my friend?
Closest I've ever been, for sure. That was fun. That's fun. I'm proud of the guys. Fire, Ray's energy, Bill Bar, Studer, everybody's helped us out. It was nice to have that thing.
Yeah, Corey did great. I mean, he shouldn't really feel bad about anything. He did a great job.
It didn't work out. He made a good block, and the siren was ringing in Dawsonville, unfortunately. I wish that that granny in the front row over there wouldn't have been clapping so much. I wish those 7 cars would pick your lane, but we keep running like this more consistently, that's how.
Walk us through the final restart, Corey, and your thinking on what moves you had to make, and then the one you ultimately made that got you into trouble.
I was going to school. I mean, that was the first time I've been leading a restart at one of these super speedway style racetracks, and how much you have to drag back, time your runs, cover the lanes, it's all new to me. So when I get myself in that position again, I'll be a little more prepared, and hopefully we can do a little better job and be the one that can throw the blocks as opposed to the one that's trying to make that late race move, because that guy usually is in the catbird seat. But, you know, I was having some fun. I know that. Hopefully we can have that 7-car up front more often.
This track is unique, but we do have some more speedway racing coming up. How excited would you be for that after this?
I mean, it's always circled on our calendar, just because, you know, being a smaller team like ours, we do feel like that's a bit of an equalizer, and it showed today. And we're going to go to Daytona with the belts pulled tight, see if we can do it one year again. We almost caught that Hail Mary we tried to throw today. Unfortunately, came up a little short.
Chase diecast? Maybe I will.
Strategy was good, car was fast, driver was brave, guys, and he almost got it done.
Well, Steve, 30 I mean, they've got probably 30 employees in Spire Motorsports. Hendrick Motorsports.
All right, y'all. So I'm going to end the stream. Next week, like I said, I'm going to be at the race next week, so I won't be live for the Cup race. But the Xfinity race is next week at 2:30 p.m. on Saturday. I work at 6, so I'm pretty sure I'll be able to watch that whole race. So yeah, guys, I want to thank everybody for watching, and peace out.